The chair recognizes Representative Gravely for a motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I move that the House adhere to its position on SB 195 and appoint a committee of conference.
Representative Gravely moves that the House adhere to its position disagreeing to the Senate substitute amendment to Senate Bill 195 and that a committee of conference be appointed. The clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 195 by Senator Mullis, the 53rd to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 223(3) of the Official Code of Georgia entitled relating to definitions regarding hemp farming.
Is there objection? The House will stand at ease for a moment before we vote on the motion, and we'll wait until the Rules Committee has adjourned. Chair wants to make clear we're about to have a vote. There was an objection to Representative Gravely's motion that the House adhere to its position and appoint a committee of conference. If you agree with Representative Gravely, you will vote green. If you disagree, in other words, you object, you will vote red. All those in favor will vote yes, all those opposed, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the yeas are 124, the nays are 14, and the House has agreed to adhere to its position on Senate Bill 195 and appoint a committee of conference. The chair appoints Representative Gravely of the 67th, Representative Watson of the 172nd, and Representative Smyrie of the 135th as a committee of conference on the bill. The chair recognizes Representative Gunner for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 553.
Representative Gunner moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 553. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 553 by Representative Gunner, the 8th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 13 and Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to administrative procedure so as to provide for participation in hearings by electronic communications.
Chair recognizes Representative Gunner to describe the Senate substitute.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this bill was a virtual hearing for the State Administrative Hearing Office. One thing was added to it at the request of the Department of Community Health, that they be added to the list of reviewing agencies for regulations that involve Title 4B and Title 4E of the Federal Social Security Act. With that, I'd ask for your favorable consideration. Thank you.
There are no questions, and the gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 553, all those in favor will vote yes, all those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes were 157, the nays were 0, and the House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 553.
House will come back to order. Chair wants to recognize at this time for a special order the chair of the Banks and Banking Committee, the representative from Toombs County, Chairman Greg Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of the House, colleagues, and friends. How many times in the past 21 years, this isn't part of my talk, that I've sat here and during this time, waiting on a bill that I might have, ready to go home, and some wore-out politician gets up and gonna say goodbye. I wish I'd have been a little more sympathetic and empathetic because now I know how it feels. If you're a fan of movies like I am, there's a great line in the movie Moneyball. Do you watch Moneyball? Did you see that? And it's where the scouts are talking to him about whether he should go to the pros or he should go to college for his scholarship. And the scout says, look, Billy, we all get told at some point that we can't play the kids' game anymore. Some of us are told when we're 18, some of us are told when we're 40, but we're all told. Some of us in politics are told in our first election. Some of us are told right then, and it's over before it starts. Some of us are told later. The Grim Reaper has gotten some of us, but we're all told. And I've been told that it's time. So many things over and besides, I wrote my notes too small. I can't see them without my glasses anyway, so I'm winging it. But I think of the 21 years when I got here. I got here in 1999. 1999. There was no gray in my hair. I was clean shaven. I was a lot more respectable. When I got here, I came in with Roy Barnes was governor. Mark Taylor was lieutenant governor, and a whole slew of folks. It was entirely Democratic. In fact, I was a Democrat when I came to the House. Don't worry, I wasn't a very good one. That's what. As a matter of fact, in a rather contentious meeting with Governor Barnes over who knows what, I remember this is what he said. Speaker, you'd appreciate this. And he was right. He said, "You're the sorriest member of the Democratic caucus if it wasn't for Carl Rogers." Carl, if you're out there listening, and I walked out, I said, well, at least I've got that going for me, I suppose. But I came here, everything was completely Democratic. I was a Democrat. Now looked at this, let me see if I can, and then it was split. I saw a half Democrat, a Democratic House, a Republican Senate, then all Republican. I've served under 4 governors already during that period of time. I've served under 5 House speakers. You'll have to think about that for just a second because you'll say he's wrong, but I've served under 5 speakers. When I got here, some people served for 30 years under 1. So a lot of change. Clinton, Bush, Obama, Trump, now Biden. That's a lot. That's a lot of change. I've served under 3 state flags as representative. I got here with the 56 flag. My son Andrew was born in that one. My son Jonathan was born in what I will refer to as the Roy Barnes flag of 2001, I believe. If I'd had a 3rd son, I always said he'd have been born under the other flag, and I guess I could have named him Sonny, but that didn't work. That didn't make any sense at home. Droughts, 9/11. I remember sitting in that office watching the first tower fall with Speaker Murphy and so many other events. There are so many people to thank, so many redistricting sessions, a lot of things have happened. So many people to thank. My family, Amy did an excellent job raising 2 boys while I was up here. If I wasn't up here, I was at home politicking. If I wasn't at home politicking, I was thinking about politicking. She did a great job. 2 boys that were born here. They know nothing but me as state representative. They were born here. I remember Andrew, Amy was pregnant with Andrew, and we were in session. It just so happened that it was, Chairman England, it was budget time. And I went home that Friday. The speaker had arranged if there was a problem, I could get a plane or a state patrolman to take me down to Savannah. I got there at 5 o'clock, our water broke at 5:30. The family loaded up like a bunch of gypsies. We went and he was born. And Speaker Murphy got the flag that flew over the Capitol that day for me. And I've got the flag, both flags. Both boys, I remember where Miss Penny sits. They were 6 and 4. And I went for the money shot. I knew the newspapers would be here, 2 cute boys. They got there and I got the Bible out. One got one end of the Bible, one got the other. Oh man, the cameras were snapping. I was thinking, here I come. I'm on the front page at AJC, right on the front row. And that was true. Until Jonathan, the 4-year-old, decided that Andrew, the 6-year-old, had a little too much Bible. So he pulled the Bible. It offended Andrew, so he pulled it back. So it was on. And I'm talking about in a full fight ensued right there in front of that seat, right in the middle of the swearing in. And it wasn't near the end. It was before I had swore I didn't owe the state any money and I wasn't a communist. It was a long way to go in the swearing in. And I remember Jonathan even tried an eye poke that his granddaddy had taught him in case he got into a confrontation at preschool or something. Toombs County's tough. And I remember his mother was over here mortified and frozen because she couldn't approach. We were in the middle of the swearing in. And what did I do? I did what any father would do, a good father would do. I looked straight ahead and acted like I didn't see anything. Praying that it would get over like we do in politics, wishing it would just get over, the session, the election, whatever it was. But they're good boys. Jonathan just got accepted into Georgia. Andrew's in the film academy. We talk about family a lot, and it gets to be a cliche. But so much we do, families do. My children were born here. We celebrated that together. My mother and father passed away during my session, this time wherein he bought me in New York. I always wear it on the last day, thinking of him. And many of you have. We've celebrated together. We grieved together. We say things to each other we don't mean, or maybe we mean them, but we wish we hadn't said them, just like we do with families. And so many people to think. I won't try to remember everybody, but 3 quick ones. Terry Coleman. Terry, a speaker, was a longtime friend of mine, and I was, of course, I earned it. I was a designated driver for those guys for a lot of years. And I remember one night riding around and 2 a.m., Mr. Speaker, while I won't mention the members that were there present, riding around 2 a.m., feeling very good, singing to the Kingston Trio. I told you I was ambitious. I mean, I was willing to do anything. But Terry Coleman took me under his wing. I sat in meetings I never should have sat in, heard things I never should have heard, learned things I never should have learned. Thank you, Speaker Coleman, for being so good to me when I got here. Secondly, I would have to say my good friend Pete Robinson. If you don't know who Pete Robinson is or don't know him, you should get to know him as a legislator. Everybody, a lot of times I would know things or understand things or perceive things, and people would say, how do you know that? Well, I just know these things. 90% of the time, Pete Robinson told me, explained it to me. He's been a good friend. We went through a lot together. His family's from my home. I would trust him with my life, and I appreciate all the advice and all that Pete has given me. And lastly, Speaker Ralston. thank you. I don't know, Mr. Speaker, if you remember, in 2014, we've all been through some, probably most of us, in tough elections. 15,000 votes, I won by 71 votes. 71 votes. I lost my 2 home counties of Toombs and Montgomery, and I was decided, well, I'm a beat guy. You know, the returns had come in, but I had 2 new counties, Appling and Jeff Davis, and when those returns came in, I didn't even think about those returns. I was settled that I was beaten, had kind of gotten used to it. And those returns came in, and God bless those people. I'll never forget Appling County and Jeff Davis. And when those 600 votes came in, I'd won by 71 votes. All of a sudden, I was as angry as I could be. And about that time, the Speaker called to congratulate me. And he said, well, congratulations. I don't know if you remember this, Speaker. Congratulations. I said, I'm so mad I can't stand it. I said, my home folks didn't vote for me, and this is like getting divorced and having to live with the woman for 2 more years. I said, they don't want me and I don't want them. I remember Speaker Ralston said, well, I've talked to a lot of sore losers, but I've never talked to a sore winner like you. And then a friend of mine walked up and he slapped me on the shoulders. I'll never forget, God bless Bob Dixon. Thank you, Bob. He said, you've been hit, what are you going to do with it? And it snapped me out of it. In reflection, in a few days, I realized that my home folks were right and I was wrong. That it wasn't them that was wrong, it was me that had stopped communicating and stopped. So we got together and settled that, and with the help of the Speaker and many of you, we came back with a full heart, won 2 strong elections, and got back in the hearts of our people. Thank you, Speaker Ralston, for not letting me quit. Thank you for letting me be one of your chairmen. And I'll tell you this, and I'll tell you all this about David Ralston, and then I'll sit down and we'll get on with the rest of the evening. A mutual friend, when Speaker Ralston was elected Speaker, and I said, well, tell me about David Ralston. He said, well, you know David Ralston. I said, yeah, but tell me about him, and what is it? What is the word that's going to define David Ralston as Speaker? What should I expect? And he said, David Ralston is loyal. I said, okay. I said, what is David Ralston loyal to? What can I expect? And he thought for a second. He said, David Ralston's loyal to 3 things I know for sure. He's loyal to the state of Georgia, he's loyal to his friends, and what he thinks is the truth. Now, what a wonderful thing to have said about you. I wish somebody could say that about me. But from what I know about and have learned, I've learned that is the truth about David Ralston. That's who he is. So, Mr. Speaker, from this point on, I won't be, after tonight, a member of the legislature, but whatever you're in and whatever you do, whatever fight you're in, when the smoke clears, I'm going to be laying or standing next to David Ralston. I can tell you that right now. So, folks, this is it. So, Mr. Speaker, for the last time, with very much gratitude, God has given me the desires of my heart in every way. So with gratitude, some sadness, but with a full heart, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before I ask for this bill for us to accept the Senate, can I just say something? I've known Greg an awfully long time, and I didn't know that he was so very funny. Maybe we need to go for reconsideration and not let him go. So, thank you. I would move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 567.
Chairman Cooper moves that the House agree to the Senate substitute House Bill 567. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 567 by Representative Cooper, the 43rd to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 12 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to control of hazardous conditions, preventable disease, and metabolic disorders, so as to revise provisions relating to a newborn screening for various disorders.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill that was the one for the newborn screening test. The Senate added a provision. One of the reasons why we are always behind on the Maternal Mortality Review Committee reporting, I think they're working on year 2015 now or 2016, is because they have to beg and plead often with hospitals and healthcare facilities to give them the numbers of mortalities that they've had each year when they request it. This puts, the Senate added a 30-day provision. Once a request is made, the facilities have 30 days to respond. And I thank the dear Lord that we do not have huge numbers of maternal mortalities, so it should not be a burden on any hospital or healthcare facility in this state to give us that information within 30 days. I ask for your favorable consideration of the Senate substitute to House Bill 567. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I yield the well.
The lady has yielded the well. On the lady's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 567, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 170, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute House Bill 567. Chair recognizes Chairman Chokas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree to the Senate sub for House Bill 611.
Chairman Chokas has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 611. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 611 by Representative Chokas, the 138th being entitled an act to amend Part 3 of Article 3, Chapter 5 of Title 50 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to small business assistance.
Chair recognizes Chairman Chokas to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, that's a hard act to follow with Greg, I tell you. I choked up at that one. Anyway, the Senate sub to House Bill 611, you may recall this was the one where we tier the definition of small business so that when the state does its purchases, we can more accurately pinpoint small business. 10 and under employees, 1 million is tier 1, tier 2, 100, tier 3, 300. Well, we've added that, two other things to that. Section 2 is in an effort to help small business when they develop. We've put the Department of Administrative Services involved in assisting small businesses to be a single source for the different numbers that they need. The Department of Labor, the Department of Revenue. Alex Atwood, a former member of this body, is in the head of the Department of Administrative Services, and he's going to be charged with assisting small business with a single source for the numbers. And Section 3 is a definition for startup. This passed the House, and we didn't pass the House, but it got tied up in rules and wasn't able to get out. Basically, what we're doing is we're defining small startups. This will be under Title 50, and we will be one of the first states in the nation that actually defines startup in code. This measure will not only assist Georgia in maintaining its position as the #1 state in the nation to do business, but it also show that the state of Georgia is serious about innovation and growing jobs. And with that being said, that's it, Mr. Speaker. If there are no questions,
There are no questions.
I'll yield the will and ask for your positive vote. Thank you.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute, House Bill 611, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? What purpose does Representative Bodie rise? He waves, I'm sorry. Have all members now voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 167, the nays are 0. This bill House has agreed to the Senate substitute, House Bill 611. Chair recognizes Chairman Belton for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask that we agree to the Senate amendment as amended by the House at House Bill 32.
Chairman Belton has moved that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 32 as amended by this House. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 32 by Representative Belton of the 112th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Part 9 of Article 6, Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to grants for educational programs so as to establish a teacher recruitment and retention program.
Chair recognizes Chairman Belton to explain the Senate amendment and the House amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bipartisan deal with a tax credit for the very rural schools or the bottom low 5% performing schools. The Senate amended it by we had a 10-year sunset. We moved it down to a 5-year sunset. And the House amended it by making it an income tax liability maximum of so you can't get over paid over the amount of money that you have an income tax liability for. However, we have a 3-year movement where you can put that money afterwards. So most teachers make about $50,000. They would have a $3,000 tax liability. However, if you had less than that, we would carry the money forward for about 3 years. Now, you have full questions.
You have no questions.
Thank you. I hope you for your favorable consideration.
Any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? Hearing none, the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 32 as amended by this House, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 168, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 32 as amended by this House. Chair recognizes Chairman Houston for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the House to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 619.
Chairman Houston has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 619. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 619 by Representative Houston of the 170th to be entitled an act to amend Part 2 of Article 3 of Chapter 3, Title 12, the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to Heritage Trust Program, so as to authorize the sale of Patrick's Fishing Paradise.
Chair recognizes Chairman Houston to explain the Senate substitute.
The Senate added some language to tighten up the legal description of the 8 acres that were in question. And if nobody has any questions, I yield the well.
On the lady's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 619, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the lady's motion. The ayes are 166, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 619. Chair recognizes Chairman Houston for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to ask the House to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 676.
Chairman Houston has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 676. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 676 by Representative Houston of the 170th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title II with the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to agriculture so as to create the Georgia Farmers Market and Produce Terminal Development Authority.
Chair recognizes Chairman Houston to explain the Senate substitute.
If you remember correctly, in House Bill 676, we passed a bill to make the farmers market and the produce terminal into an authority. Well, it just got a little bit more complicated, and so what the Senate did, and they worked with us, is that we have, they passed a substitute making it an oversight committee of the House and a legislative oversight committee of the farmers markets. And this members of the oversight committee will be appointed by the chairman of the agricultural committee of the House and the chairman of the agricultural committee of the Senate to try to get some of the problems worked out so we can put them to be more profitable all over the state. And if I don't have any questions, I will yield the well.
On the lady's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 676, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. When they get here. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 166, the nays are 3. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 676. Chair recognizes Chairman Alan Powell for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd ask this House to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 466.
Chairman Powell has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 466. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 466 by Representative Powell, the 32nd and others, be entitled an act to amend Chapter 5 of Title 40 and Chapter 13 and Title 43 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to driver's licenses and driver training schools, respectively, so as to reduce the number of required hours in the intervention component of DUI alcohol.
Chair recognizes Chairman Powell to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 466 was a cleanup bill that we did with DDS and the driver improvement schools earlier in the session. We also did another bill, Chairman Belton's bill, that allowed young adults who joined the military to be exempt from having to take driver's education if they joined the military. They combined that, and in the bill we had originally to change the language of going from 20 to 16 hours for the DUI schools, and they restored that back to 20 hours. They said we'd just hold off on that until we see a little bit more experience, and that's what it does. And I'd appreciate your favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 466, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Momdahan rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule number 133, I'd like to be excused from the vote.
The gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. What purpose does Representative Prince rise?
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with House Rule 133, I ask to be exempt from this vote.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 146, the nays are 22, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 466. Chair recognizes Chairman Chokas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to HB 631, to the Senate substitute of HB 631.
Chairman Chokas has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 631. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 631 by Representative Chokas, the 138, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 35333 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to powers and duties of the Georgia Crime Information Center.
Chair recognizes Chairman Chokas to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We passed this legislation earlier this year, and this legislation allows the local E911 centers to collect information voluntarily given by parents of autistic children. We tightened up the language when it went to the Senate. At my request, Michael Nix, the executive director of the Georgia Emergency Communications Authority, helped us with the language, and we also named the bill. We named it after the gentleman who brought me this information. His name is Ralph Stewart, and his daughter Logan is 18 years old and autistic, and we put in the bill that this bill will be known as Logan's List. So those are the changes. I assume there are no questions. Since please vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
On the motion of Chairman Chokas that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 631, All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 163, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 631. Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Whip, Representative Kelly, for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 714.
Representative Kelly has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 714. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 714 by Representative Kelly, the 16th be entitled an act to amend Article 8 of Chapter 11 of Title 9 of the Official Code of Georgia, Annotated, relating to provisional and final remedies and special proceedings.
Chair recognizes the Majority Caucus Whip to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, when House Bill 714 left this body, it represented a compromise between both sides of the bar, the trial bar, as well as the defense bar in terms of how it related to bad faith offers and settlements. And the concepts of that still represent the compromise that this House put together, but also the addition that the Senate made comes in Section 3 at the request of Chair Lady Oliver, which will give some flexibility for Martin in terms of how actions or suits are brought against them. Instead of just Superior Court of Fulton County, will allow either State Court of Fulton County. That came at request of Chair Lady Oliver. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Again, this represents a compromise between all parties, as well as some language to help improve things for Martin as well. And I'll yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 714, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Walensky rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true, I still don't know on line 31 what the term itemization means in this? I also, pursuant to Rule 133, ask to be excused from this vote.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 116. The nays are 46. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 714. Chair recognizes Representative McDonald for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I make a motion that move to accept the Senate substitute to House Resolution 130.
Representative McDonald has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 130. The clerk will read the caption.
House Resolution 130 by Representative McDonald, the 26 and others, to ratify the action of the Board of Community Affairs approving the transfer of Forsyth County from the Georgia Mountain Regional Commission to the Atlanta Regional Commission.
Chair recognizes Representative McDonald to explain the Senate substitute.
The Senate substitute to House Resolution 130, which is that we're doing a 90-day extension on when the bill would go into effect July 1st. The 90-day extension would get us into the census and get our numbers back so that the members of the ARC membership of the House and Senate have to come together in July and vote on its membership just for Forsyth County, and it gives us that 90-day extension. Mr. Speaker, if there are any questions, I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 130, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 160, the nays are 5, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 130. Chair recognizes Chairman Green for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 142.
Chairman Green has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 142. The clerk will read the motion, reads the caption.
House Resolution 142 by Representative Green of the 151st and others authorizing a lease of certain state-owned property located in Baldwin County.
Chair recognizes Chairman Green to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our annual conveyances, House Resolution 142. The Senate has added 2 other conveyances to the House Resolution in Decatur County and Fulton County. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
On the motion of Chairman Green that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 142, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 160, the nays are 2. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 142. Chair recognizes Chairman Green for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 143.
Chairman Green has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 143. The clerk will read the caption.
House Resolution 143 by Representative Green and 151st and others authorizing the grant of non-exclusive easements for the construction, installation, operation, and maintenance of facilities, utilities, roads, and ingresses and egresses on, over, under, and across property owned by the state of Georgia.
Chair recognizes Chairman Green to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is our annual easement resolution. The Senate has added Carroll County, Chatham County, and Harris County from the Senate there to our easement. And, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute, House Resolution 143, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines.
Are you going to do the local calendar after, Todd?
Mm-hmm.
And then
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 165. The nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 143. Chair recognizes Chairman Todd Jones for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House agrees to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to SB 59.
Chairman Jones has moved that the House agree to the Senate substitute, to the Senate amendment to Senate Bill 59. Clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 59 by Senator Albers, the 56, and others be entitled an act to amend Chapter 2, Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to elementary and secondary education.
Chair recognizes Chairman Jones to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, just as school systems cannot waive civil rights and safety protocols, this makes clear that they cannot waive special needs requirements. Mr. Speaker, that is really the totality of the changes, and I yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 59, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 113, the nays are 51, and this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 59. We have a supplemental local calendar, and we're going on to that supplemental calendar at this time. One bill on the local calendar is an agree-disagree. Having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate substitute to the bill. Two bills on the local calendar relate to homestead exemption and require a recorded two-thirds roll call vote. If there's no objection, we will vote on the local calendar as a whole with a recorded vote. Hearing none, it is so ordered. The clerk will read the local calendar.
Senate Bill 301 by Senator Dugan of the 30th City of Carrollton. Senate Bill 292 by House substitute by Senator Parent of the 42nd City of Decatur. Senate Bill 305 by House substitute by Senator Burke of the 11th Early County. House Bill 759 by Senate Substitute by Representative Petrie, the 166th Town of Thunderbolt.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bills? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall these bills now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bills on the local calendar will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of the bills on the local calendar, the ayes are 162, the nays are 0. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. It is traditional that we recognize people who make it possible for us to do our jobs here, not only during session but throughout the year. And I want you to help me welcome and thank The representatives from the IT department and staff, Director Gordy Rivers and Deputy Director Michael Bottoms. We're going to stand in recess for 10 minutes. House will come back to order. House will come back to order. Mr. Clerk, you want to ring the bell? You know, if some member over there that's getting peach ice cream would remember the people in the clerk's office who are working, unlike y'all, and those up here at the podium who are working, unlike y'all, that would go a long way. All right, we're going on to the rules calendar. And the photographers, too. Two for the photographers. This would probably be a good time to recognize our photographers. They've done a great job this year. They even got a little dance out of one of them. Please help me thank Ben Massey and Kate Lamb for our great job. Thank you, guys. Now, down here first, Bill. All right, we're going on to the rules calendar, which is now on your desk. There may be bills out back. You'll need to check and see, but we're moving forward. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 222.
House Resolution 222 by Representative Anderson of the 10th, Thomas the 21st, Carson the 46th. Resolution creating the House Study Committee on Annexation. This resolution has been referred to the Committee on Governmental Affairs. That committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Anderson to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring to you tonight House Resolution 222, which calls for a study committee studying annexation with a focus on dispute resolution procedures and cityhood. I ask for your favorable consideration, and I yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? We are voting. Have all members voted? Clerk will lock the machines. On the adoption of House Resolution 222, the ayes are 154, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 11.
House Resolution 11 by Representative Cantrell of the 22nd and others, creating the House Study Committee on Innovative Ways to Maximize Global Talent in Georgia. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Small Business Development, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Cantrell to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Colleagues, I bring to you House Resolution 11, creates the House Study Committee on Innovative Ways to Maximize Global Talent in Georgia. 1 out of 10 Georgians are foreign born, and this study committee would look at unimportant or unnecessary regulations that are preventing our foreign-born population that are here legally from getting meaningful employment, and that's what it does. So I appreciate your favorable consideration, and with that, I'll yield the well, Mr. Speaker.
You have a question if you care to yield. It's up to you. Okay, gentleman has left the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the adoption of House Resolution 11, the ayes are 154, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore adopted. Clerk will read the caption to House Resolution 52.
House Resolution 52 by Representative Dempsey the 13th and others, creating the Joint Study Committee on Childhood Lead Exposure. This resolution having been referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services, that committee recommends that this resolution be adopted by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dempsey to present the resolution.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a long time coming, but it's very important. It is very important that we look at the effects of childhood lead poisoning particularly. It is not something you hear a lot about, but the reality and the most important fact is that the effects are irreversible. Let me say that again. It cannot change anything once the damage is inflicted to the brains of children. It is lifelong, life-impacting, very expensive, and robs people of their life. This resolution is simply for a very regular study committee, 5 members, and the appointment also either by the Commissioner of Public Health or for the Commissioner to participate on it. It came with great support from all of those who provide and look into the issues that affect and impact our children. I will tell you too, most importantly, we've had a pretty special person looking out for our state during this pandemic, Dr. Toomey. This is close and dear to her heart. It is some work that she really would like for us to dig into and see if we can impact that change. If there are any questions, I will take them.
Question if you care to yield.
Yes.
Chair recognizes Representative Jasmine Clark in the gallery to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Does the gentlelady yield?
I do.
What information do you hope to glean from this particular study committee?
Well, I think there are many things to look at. Certainly to increase awareness and education of the impact, to look in the sources of lead. They're in certain places in our state. See if there's some remediation that can be done. The historical homes in Georgia, particularly in some cases, are a problem. The lead paint that was used there, those chips are one of the biggest sources.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you further yield?
I will take one more, Mr. Speaker. and then
Chair
we need to go.
recognizes Chairman Darlene Taylor
Does the lady
to your
yield?
right for a question.
Yes.
Thank you for bringing this bill. Lead exposure has been affected to members of my family and actually lost a baby because of it, so I appreciate it very much. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Speaker, I yield the will and ask for everyone's favorable support.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the adoption of the resolution? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this resolution now be adopted? All those in favor of the adoption of the resolution will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of House Resolution 52. The ayes are 158, the nays are 0. This resolution, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 20.
Senate Bill 20 by Senator Payne of the 54th, Mullis of the 53rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 11 of Chapter 11 of Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to the Georgia Child Advocate for the Protection of Children Act, so as to revise the composition of the Child Advocate Advisory Committee. This bill having referred to the Committee on Juvenile Justice, that committee recommends that this bill do pass.
Chair recognizes Chairman Ballinger to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this adds 3 positions to the Child Advocate Advisory Board, one appointed by the Speaker, one by the Lieutenant Governor, and one by the Governor. It will, a foster parent, a foster child, and one CASA. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I'll yield the well.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of Senate Bill 20. The ayes are 156, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 174.
Senate Bill 174 by Senator Gooch of the 51st, Mullis of the 53rd, and others, being entitled an act to amend Article 1 of Chapter 6 and Title 17, the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to general provisions regarding bonds and recognizance, so as to authorize appointed judge who are fulfilling a vacancy of an elected judge to issue an unsecured judicial release under certain circumstances. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary Non-Civil, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Saines to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Our state has led in modifying and updating our criminal justice system, and many provisions we've benefited from. One unfortunate tool that's been overused and abused by some counties in this state is the unsecured judicial release, very commonly referred to as a signature bond. It reminds me, last term, a very wise chairman was talking about our system of elections, and he said the pen is the easiest thing to make a ballot misused. And to that point, a signature bond is only backed by that pen, that person's signature. It's found to have increased recidivism. It's most importantly a miscommunication to the public that individuals committing felony level serious crimes are being held accountable, because that signature, though it's backed up by no monetary value, for some reason, to my conclusion, only to mislead the public in what it does, has a money amount attached to it, so that $50,000 is used for nothing. Just from the data that we have from the previous year, in a major Georgia county, 38 counts of murder were utilized for a signature bond. I could go on in the list with the hours late. Again, this does nothing. People are going to say it's going to change judicial discretion. It doesn't change a judge's ability to give a $1 bond if they would like to, but it makes sure that our public officials in the judicial branch are accountable for those actions because the public can see it. With that, Mr. Speaker, I'll yield for one question.
Chair recognizes Chairman Fleming to your left for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. To the gentleman in the well, isn't it true that I appreciate your work on this very valuable piece of legislation, and that by adding the crimes of burglary, stalking, family violence, and auto theft, that this will do something to help the situation that we're currently involved in, where crime seems to be out of control, particularly here in the metro area?
I completely agree to the chairman's wise assessment. Those crimes, there's no more time than this, that those crimes are more pertinent to the citizens of this state, and we must do something to crack down on this. This will reduce the recidivism from that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. There is a minority report. There is a minority report on this bill. Chair recognizes Representative McLaurin to speak to the minority report. 20 minutes by rule.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill is about cash bail. This bill is an expansion of the cash bail project that Georgia and many other states are on, which is to use money as a determinant, a person's ability to pay, of whether they should be held in jail pre-trial. I can't stress this enough, that this is about pre-trial detention. In this country, you're innocent until you're proven guilty. We know that. So this is a question of whether people should be required to pay money to get out of jail before they have been adjudicated guilty. That's where we start. I want to correct a couple mischaracterizations from the well. First is that unsecured judicial release is not the same thing as a signature bond, which I'll get to in just a second. Second is that this bill is not just about felonies. This expands the use of cash bail in misdemeanor cases as well, mandatory cash bail. I'm sorry, I'm just a little distracted. This is one of the issues that matters most to me, and that's why I keep coming up here to talk about criminal legal stuff. But I guess what I should do is just sort of jump into the story on this, because we did not get a chance last year, or last term when SB 402 was passed, to really dive into what was going on in this bill. SB 402, I think, is one of the worst bills this body's ever passed. And it wasn't just the substance of the bill that bothered me, it was also the process. There was some miscommunication between members about who was going to speak on the floor and whether all the right arguments would get made. And so I think what ended up happening was this body expanded the use of cash bail without actually knowing exactly what it was doing. So I intend to clear that up tonight, and I apologize if it's too long-winded. I can tell a lot of members already feel that way. Bond decisions should be about public safety. Public safety, not the ability to pay, and that has two factors. One is whether the person poses a flight risk if the judge lets them out of jail. The second is if the person is likely to reoffend while they're out of jail. Those two factors. I've done bond hearings in criminal cases myself before, although it was not my primary practice. That's what public safety determinations pre-trial should be about. And why? Because you're not convicted yet. You're not adjudicated guilty. So the only real liberty justification, we're talking about somebody's liberty that a judge can have to lock somebody up before they're adjudicated guilty, is to determine that they're either likely to reoffend or they're a flight risk, they won't come back to court. That's what those decisions should be about. It used to be, before SB 402 from last term, that there were basically three options for bond. And I'll refer to those as sort of green light, yellow light, or red light in terms of severity. Green light was you could be released on your own recognizance, which means you just sign a form and you come back. There was a misstatement from the well just moments ago that that's the same thing as a signature bond. A signature bond is what I would call a yellow light. Signature bond means that there is a cash bond imposed, so the judge might say $100,000. But you don't have to pay that unless you don't show up. So it's not a secured bond, meaning you don't have to put any money up front, but you have to say, I will pay $100,000 if I don't come back to court. And then you got the red light, the most severe version of bond, which members of this body, some members who didn't explain to you the full story, prefer, which is a cash bond that's based on, or it's secured. You have to give money up front. You got to put the skin in the game on the front end in order to get out of jail. And that is wealth-based detention. That's the idea that if you can't pay, you stay locked up. But if you're the rich guy who beat his wife, domestic violence, and you can pay, you get out of jail. There's that disparity. So those were the three options. SB 402 took out the middle option. It said there are no more signature bonds anymore for any crime in Georgia. There were a bunch of judges who wrote us a letter and said, we're really worried that y'all are getting rid of signature bonds. That was on everybody's desk. So then you've got two options left. You have the on recognizance where you just sign, and then you have the red light, secured bond, hire the bail bond company to help you get out of jail. Those two options. And we didn't stop there. SB 402 did something else. It renamed the OR bond Unsecured Judicial Release. Why? Because those are scare words. Unsecure, ooh. Judicial, it's the judge doing it. Don't forget it. Release, they're out in the community, they're going to come get you. By calling this an unsecured judicial release, we started down the project that you just heard the representative speak about, which is improving this concept of transparency or accountability, which I'll speak more about in a second. But that was what SB 402 was ultimately about. Take out the moderate option, squeeze to extremes, and then use scare words and the threat of not being reelected to force elected judges into this red light pathway so that they impose as restrictive as possible bond conditions. And members of this body, to their credit, I respect my colleagues. They don't hide from that. They don't hide from that. That is what the purpose of the bill was. What SB 402 essentially did was mandate cash bail for all bail-restricted offenses, which is a list you have in your bill, 174, but all others could get the unsecured judicial release. Now, what was SB 402 a reaction to? Why did this happen? Because we've talked about deal administration, criminal justice reforms. We don't just ratchet it up just to do it anymore. That's not cool anymore, right? Now we got to have good reasons why we increase the severity of our criminal legal system. Well, the reason given was, and this is where I start to, if I get a little jumpy, forgive me, I'm from Fulton County. This is a Fulton County bill. This was about the Fulton County Jail. Now, other circuits get mentioned, but every time we went to committee and something got dropped in front of us, a bail decision, a bond determination, it was a Fulton County judge. Because ultimately what people were upset about is that Fulton County judges were letting people out on the yellow light option, signature bonds, when the list of charges, like it's, you all know how committees work. You take a piece of paper that's got 18 charges and say, look what this judge did, they let him out. But we never met the person, we don't know the judge, we don't know the situation. So we're just making these categorical determinations about whether we think these judges are screwing up their discretion, and then we take away their discretion. So SB 402 was meant to solve this Fulton judge problem, but why was there a Fulton judge problem? Gosh, would I love a hearing on this. Fulton Jail was overcrowded. Why was Fulton Jail overcrowded? Had, capacity in the low 2000s, right? There were several hundred more people that needed to be there. But why was it overcrowded? Y'all remember the DA that used to serve Fulton County? I know members in this body like referring to him sometimes in debate. Well, he made charging decisions that even Democrats didn't like. Too many charging decisions, aggressive charging decisions. He was a political prosecutor in every sense of the word. Now he's not there anymore. But he filled up that jail. I toured the jail before COVID. People sleeping in plastic boats out in the floor. People crowded into dormitories without a better solution for how to hold so many people. Living conditions were in some cases subhuman. When you're a Fulton judge and you have this crisis of humanity happening in your facility, your jail, and you recognize that adding one more dumb kid to this jail is going to increase the severity of that crisis, let me tell you what some Fulton judges might have been guilty of. They might have been guilty of believing in a little bit of humanity. They might have been guilty of believing in second chances and saying, all right, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to let you out on a $100,000 bond, which means if you don't show up to court, I'm going to slam you with this $100,000. But until then, you don't have to pay, because I recognize after seeing your family in court crying, and I recognize after seeing you and how pitiful you look and how dumb this decision was, you can't even afford the $500 that I would impose as a secured bond requirement, right? That was what those judges did to avoid crisis. Well, this body decided we want to take that away because we want judges to be held accountable for their bad decision making. And not only that, in a way that criminalizes poverty by allowing the rich guy out and keeping the poor guy in. You may hear that a judge could always issue a $1 bond because it's secured, and that's the only requirement, but judges would never do that. The former chairman of the Judiciary Committee had a hearing on this, and the reason it was in Judy was because Judiciary and Non-Civil Committee didn't want to touch this, quite frankly. And a representative colleague looked at this bill for the first time in Judy at the last minute because it got out, at the end of the session last time, and he said, my former colleague said, well, judge would never give a $1 bond. That's not a realistic option. And the former chairman of Judiciary said, that's exactly the point. He said it on the record. All of the other arguments about $1 bonds, why not, that we've heard last term and this term, it's deflection. It's a straw man. No judge who's elected is going to give a $1 bond. And think to yourself, what would that even do? What does a $1 bond do to improve public safety? It's never going to happen. No, what we're talking about is the elimination of non-cash bail options and forcing more and more offenses, more and more judges down this road. It was always about optics. And on the floor debate, Bob Trammell thought he was going to get help, y'all. He gave a very short speech and he did not cover the points I just covered. Someone else was going to do that, and it didn't happen. I just want y'all to know that. I talked to members on the floor beforehand, and people understood these arguments. They understood the needlessness of the severity of these bail options just to punish Fulton judges. They got it. But the floor debate never ferreted that out. And we passed that bill. Now let's talk about SB 174. This bill expands the number of offenses within that flawed SB 402 framework. It's not just a couple burglary, family violence. There's a slew of family violence offenses. Now, a lot of these are misdemeanors. So again, mischaracterizations. Not just felony, we're taking away judicial discretion on misdemeanors as well. And the argument that they're making is that family violence offenses must be given cash bail, but what they didn't say is the law was changed a few years ago to require all of those charges to go before a judge because of the nature of the cases. So even if you're pressing the family violence button here to say this is so important, and I agree it is, those people already have to go before a judge before they're released. So even if you don't buy my story about SB 402, we don't need 174 for these family violence cases. Ultimately, we are deepening and widening this state's unhealthy, sick dependency on cash bail, a system that is under attack nationally for being an unconstitutional criminalization of poverty. And I held my powder on that last term because I had assurances from people on committee, this is a one-time thing, this is not a cash bail bill. It is becoming a cash bail series of bills that stretches out indefinitely in the opposite direction as the deal criminal justice reforms that we have been so proud of. This bill is about fear. It's about making judges afraid again. Let me describe an approach to policymaking where every decision maker is scared. Communities scared of crime, DAs scared of undercharging, judges scared of making unpopular bond decisions. What do we get? Check your AJC. Fulton Jail, it's going to be expanded. New sheriff, $400 to $500 million expansion of the jail. He's a Democrat, but why is he doing it? Because how else do you release that pressure? The pressure that we have tightened with SB 402 by forcing judges to do the exact opposite thing that they should be doing in response to that pressure, which is throw more people away. We keep the fear, we spend more money, and we keep pouring gasoline on a fire, taking people's opportunities to serve in their jobs, to take care of their families, to be productive members away during trial because they can't pay to get out. And you know that's racially biased, and I don't even have to get into that because you understand that the income disparities, wealth disparities track racial disparities, and so that's ultimately what we're doing to black and brown people too. So who is it that wants this? Leader Trammell did get to this last term. It's the cash bail industry. They make money when people stay in jail. But let me describe to you a different world, and this is a world that's going to take many years for us to get right. Community understands that crime is a result of a number of complex factors. DAs with vision, like our newly elected Fonnie Willis, make charging decisions that are in line with that understanding in the interest of rehabilitation. And judges make decisions based on public safety, based on the person in front of them, and not based on how much money they have. That is the world I want to live in. That is the world that I'm risking pissing you off late on Sine Die to tell you about, from the bottom of my heart. And if you agree with me even a little bit on any of that, please do your part tonight. Please vote no to SB 174. Mr. Speaker, I yield the well. The minority yields the rest of its time.
We're going on now to the chairman's time. Chair recognizes Chairman Burchett for the chair's time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Let me start by saying I respect my colleague, and I think he would even say that we had a healthy debate on this bill in committee, and so I appreciate you, Representative McLaurin. This is where we differ. This is a policy decision, in my opinion, and it's a personal responsibility bill. Do we want to make these folks responsible to come back to court? Because more than 26% of them, when they're released without any security, are not even coming back to court. And that's the whole impetus for the bill. The fact of the matter is that these are some pretty rough crimes. If you read the bill, let's run through some of them. Aggravated assault, aggravated battery, aggravated stalking, child molestation. And so what's happening with these unsecured releases is a judge may put $250,000 on the bail sheet, but not take any money whatsoever. There's no reason for this person to go back to court. We heard in committee testimony that a defendant was arrested and released the same day and gets rearrested and released again on an OR bond or a signature bond or unsecured bond. It doesn't matter what we call this. This is just wrong. We have laws for a reason, folks. And these are some of the most severe laws we have on the books. So I understand the perspective of judges wanting to be able to have that discretion to release, and we're not taking that discretion away from them. My colleague said that it's not a real argument to say that they can issue a $1 bond, but that is a real argument. So you ask yourself, what's the difference between issuing a $1 bond or issuing a piece of paper that says $200,000 and not giving any security? What's the difference? There is no difference. The only difference is the judge is covering himself or herself. They're saying, well, I've issued you a $250,000 bond for this, robbery, defendant of robbery, defendant of kidnapping, defendant of rape. I've issued $250,000, but in actuality, there was no security whatsoever. This person can go on their freeway, no punishment whatsoever. I agree. They're not indicted yet. They're not charged guilty with the crime. But the fact of the matter is, this is not even a slap on the wrist. This is a revolving door. You get charged with one of these. You walk in there. You say, "Judge, I'm sorry." Sign my name. Walk right out. I think my colleague also mischaracterized the cash bond system. As far as I know, the cash bail folks, they don't make money with people in jail. They only make money when they bond them out. Fact of the matter is, this is just a bill it's a personal responsibility bill. We've expanded it to burglary. I think if you burglarize someone's home, you should be held to coming back to court and listening and being adjudicated. I want you to come back to court and be adjudicated. If you're found not guilty, then go on your way. If you're found guilty, then you have to pay your debt to society. We've added on entering automobiles. I think everybody in this chamber can at least agree with me that we are having a severe issue with entering automobiles and automobile crimes. This is a common sense bill. This bill expands to family violence. Family violence some of these are misdemeanors. They are misdemeanors, but I think we'd all agree that if a party, a parent, batters their husband or wife, do we just need to let them come into the jail and say, Judge, I just want to sign and come out? Or we're gonna make sure they're gonna come back and be adjudicated? I wanted to respond to a few of these other things. There's a litany here, but it was characterized that you have to hire a bail bondsman. You do not have to hire a bail bondsman. You can property bail. You can have a relative or someone else bail you out. Put up a property bond. This also was characterized as this is ratcheting up the severity of punishment. This has nothing to do with punishment. This has to do with where you're at and where you have to return to before you are adjudicated. It has nothing. We're not ratcheting up the penalty. We're not saying that it's going to be a more severe penalty. We're just saying that we want you to return to be adjudicated for an answer to whatever it is you're charged with. I think that's everything on my list. I think that this is just we have a difference in policy decision here. Do we think that we should require folks to come back after they've been arrested and face adjudication? Or should we just let them come in, let them sign out, and keep coming in and out, a revolving door? I'm just asking you to favorably consider this. I appreciate everybody's time, appreciate my colleague coming to the well. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Knight rise?
Parliamentary
State
inquiry.
your inquiry.
Isn't it true that I'm not an attorney, Mr. Speaker?
I think that is absolutely the truth.
Mr. Speaker, for a non-attorney, wouldn't SB 174 help with the continuing rise in the crime that is being experienced here in Metro Atlanta that's plaguing its citizens and its businesses?
Well, I think that each member is going to have to determine that for themselves, but I think the author of the bill, who was in the well earlier, believes that it would. What purpose does Representative Tyler Paul Smith rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that the city just issued a report that within the last 2 years there's been a 132% increase in failure to appear by individuals charged with these type of violations in this city?
If the gentleman so states. All right. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 174, the ayes are 99, the nays are 71. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Chair recognizes Chairman Martin for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 617 as amended by the House.
Chairman Martin moves that this House agree to the Senate amendment as amended by this House to House Bill 617. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 617 by Representative Martin of the 49th, Rose of the 120th, Fleming of the 121st, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 3 of Title 20 of the Official Code of Georgia and Taylor relating to post-secondary education so as to provide that student athletes participating in intercollegiate athletic programs at post-secondary educational institutions may receive compensation.
Chair recognizes Chairman Martin to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the bill, the name, image, likeness bill for our student athletes so that they can be fairly compensated after they're trained. The Senate added an amendment to allow the team contract to provide for a pooling of the funds if they so chose that athletes could contribute to, and it could be spread across the team. It also added an effective date for the bill, and that is what we're amending. That's what you have on your desk. So we, as I told you, we would be back when we had more information on how the bill should trigger, and that is what you have at AM 490038. This will perfect the bill and put it in place for our student athletes. Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I'll yield the well and ask for the favorable consideration.
You have no questions. Is there any objection to the adoption of the House amendment? The chair hears none, and the House amendment is adopted. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 617 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 163, the nays are 5, and this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 617 as amended by this House. Chair recognizes Representative Gullett for a motion.
Make a motion to agree as amended by the House for HB 334.
Representative Gullett has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 334 as amended by the House. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 334 by Representative Gullett of the 19th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 2 of Chapter 6 of Title 15 and Article 1 of Chapter 17 and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to clerks of superior courts and general provisions regarding notaries public.
Chair recognizes Representative Gullett to explain the Senate substitute and the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Substitute 334 was amended pretty drastically, not to just remove real estate, but to remove a number of key sections which made the bill unworkable. What we've done is amend it to put it exactly back the way we passed it here in this House. I think it was 156 to 2, and I ask for your favorable consideration.
Gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that the House agree to the Senate substitute as amended to House Bill 334 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Jasmine Clark rise? She waves. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 162, the nays are 3, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 334 as amended by the House. No. I'm going to go to the clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 120.
Senate Bill 120 by Senator Tippins, the 37th, Kennedy, the 18th, Cowser, the 46th, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Article 3, Chapter 18, and Title 15 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated relating to Solicitors General of State Courts, so as to provide for the honorary office of Solicitor General Emeritus. This bill having referred to the Committee on Judiciary, that committee recommends that this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman F. Stration to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, Senate Bill 120 that's before you is not as the caption appears. What happened was we've stripped this bill in House Judiciary and we've put in language from House Bill 333, which is the Ethics in Government Act, which was requested by the Georgia Ethics Commission to address several gaps in the law. There were some changes that we had worked on as the bill came out of the House, which were included in a substitute presented in the Senate Ethics Committee. There's also a provision in here which was brought about in the the Senate Rules Committee, which is part of this bill as well. I know the hour is late, so Mr. Speaker, I'll be happy to answer any questions if there are any.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Jasmine Clark rise?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Parliamentary
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that I am voting no on this bill because I do not have a copy of the bill?
All copies of the bill should be outside the door as was announced earlier.
Further inquiry, Mr. Speaker?
State your inquiry.
I have gone to that table multiple times and I am not seeing a number of the bills that we have voted on for the last 3 votes.
Is it in the book? Well, I think a no vote would be the appropriate course of action, and we will check to see, make sure that if there is an error, that it's corrected. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the passage of Senate Bill 120. The ayes are 150. The nays are 20. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 164.
Senate Bill 164 by Senator Hufstetler of the 52nd, Kirkpatrick of the 32nd, and others, to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 1511-471, Title 16, and Code Section 3122, 9.1 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to definitions relative to juvenile delinquency, crimes, and offenses, and who may perform HIV tests respectively, so as to provide for the modernization of HIV-related laws.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, in 2019, the House passed the exact bill that is found in the Committee on Rules substitute to 164. The only difference is that the Rules Committee, the House Rules Committee, in Section 4, added any prescription drug that is approved by the United States Food and Drug Administration shall be excluded from Schedule 1. Such prescription drug shall be designated, rescheduled, or deleted as a controlled substance pursuant to Code Section 161322. That is House Bill 601, which was added to it. The other is finally a modernization of our HIV laws to bring them up to date to what we know scientifically about this once deadly illness, that we now have drugs that make it possible for people suffering with HIV to live long lives. Mr. Speaker, if there are no questions, I'll yield the well and ask for a favorable vote.
You have questions, but the lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
Parliamentary.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that members who support those living with HIV are so proud of this bill passing and would like to thank everyone for their support today?
If the lady so states. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the passage of Senate Bill 164, the ayes are 171, the nays are 0. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 156.
Senate Bill 156 by Senator Harbin, the 16th, Tippins, the 37th, Lucas, the 26th, and others, to be entitled, An Act to Amend Title 34 of the Official Code of Georgia, annotated, relating to labor and industrial relations, so as to provide for the appointment, oath, bond, power, duties, and authority of a chief labor officer. This bill has been referred to the Committee on Industry and Labor. That committee recommends this bill do pass by committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Representative Kirby to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I know the hour is late, so we will very brief. I bring to you tonight Senate Bill 156. It's the one we talked about on Monday, and we decided it needed to be reconsidered. And often I don't like that, but in this time it gave us a chance to add some things that are extremely important. And I want to thank the Minority Whip, Representative Wilkerson, for using his House Bill 583 to add some other requirements to deal with unemployment that was a real concern of this body. So what this bill does now, it requires that we're going to give the Labor Commissioner some help for a year, somebody to do the reports. I actually have the actual audit, the state audit right here. I can show you some of the details, but I don't want to go into it tonight. That will sunset after a year. The other thing, this bill coming from 583 and the Minority Whip's bill originally, the Commissioner will now report unemployment claim status to the Speaker, the Minority Leader, the Majority Leader, both here and in the Senate, every week on Mondays. They will tell you what the claims are, what claims have not been filled. They'll talk about those claims where you have gotten those calls and you've gotten involved. Tell them and do a report on where they stand now. We're going to hold them accountable to make sure they're progressing and we're getting the information that we can get back to our constituents. And I thank you, and I thank Representative Wilkerson. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee, which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of Senate Bill 156. The ayes are 142, the nays are 22. This bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 46.
Senate Bill 46 by Senator Burke, the 11th, Watson the 1st, Hatcher the 50th, and others, be titled an act to amend Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to health, so as to authorize certain medical personnel to administer vaccines during public health emergencies. This bill has referred to the Committee on Health and Human Services. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to present the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this substitute contains three bills. First of all, it contains House Bill 275, which gives people who have committed felonies and have served their sentences and not gotten into trouble a chance to become firefighters. It also contains Senate Bill 450, which is a way for us to study from the marijuana registry what happens with the patients that, when we get that system set up, are taking marijuana to take care of their illnesses. So those are the two bills that were added in the Rules Committee. The main bill of 46 is the one that you've heard much about, and I want to clarify for you. It's about the vaccines. And the questions that arose were mainly, and are found on page 11 of this bill. It has been the policy of public health for years that they were able to give information without a parent or a person's permission, to health departments, hospitals, child care facilities, and schools. The wording on that was very confusing, so we have reworded it. And it says, number one, unless such person has opted out pursuant to paragraph 2 of this subsection, individually identifiable vaccine information regarding a person may be provided to the department by or released by the department to, and as I said, health department, hospital, physician, or other medical services, or for a school or child care facilities. In section 2, underlined and very specific, any person or person's parent or guardian, if the person is 18 years of age or younger, may request an exemption from enrollment in the statewide vaccine registry. I have a copy of that form right here. If someone wants to opt out, they fill out this form, and on the form it tells you that what they will do is any information they have on you will be totally scrubbed, except there is some way they have to code it so that they know never to put any more of your information or your children's information into the system again. Now that's how one of the questions. The second one has to do with something extremely, extremely important. We are in the middle of a COVID crisis. We are going to get out of it by having more and more people get vaccinated. The way we get those vaccines is that the federal government has made us turn over data to the CDC on the people who get vaccinated, not their names. And it's very specific. In Section C of this bill, it says it goes to the United States Department of Health and Human Services and its subsidiaries adherent to state and federal privacy laws, and so long as a person's name is not provided to the department. What happens if we put and send to them the information that we have given 100,000 vaccines, then that determines whether we'll get another 100,000 vaccines to give out. That is why it's so important that we have this. If we do not report this information to the CDC, then that will cut off our vaccine supply. Now, the data does not contain a person's name. There is no way to identify the person. It has a birth date, a zip code. It says which kind of vaccine that you got. The kind of information that the CDC studies, but with no identifiable information on the person. And you can even opt out of that. If you don't want that information to go, you get one of these forms and you send it in, and you can even opt out of that part. So what it would mean if there were 100 people, 105 people that had gotten the vaccine today downstairs, and 5 people opt out, and 100 didn't care, when that information goes to the CDC, we would be eligible for 100 more vaccines, and we would not get extra vaccine for the 5 people that opted out. That is how it works. That is what it is, and I would ask for your favorable consideration of this bill, because it is critical that we be able to continue to get a vaccine supply to try to stop this pandemic. If there's no questions, Mr. Speaker, I will yield the well.
There are no questions. The chair recognizes Representative Davis to speak to the bill.
Thank you. Excuse me. I'm out of breath. I had to run down here from upstairs. Thank you, Speaker. I could have very easily just stayed up there, because without a doubt, you already have the votes to pass this. But I am so adamant about informed consent that I said I need to come up here and tell you a little about me. I started off in healthcare as a pre-med major. Couldn't afford college, worked part-time jobs and so forth. A number of us is what you would say on a 10-year plan. You work a little, you go to school, you work a little, you go to school. My family didn't have the money to pay for me to stay in school all the time. So I had to go into the military, enter as a private, 92 Bravo, worked as a lab tech. And when you go as a lab tech, oh, it was fun. You could assist with autopsies. I won't go into detail. But then you also could do phlebotomy. You could go and draw blood. And I'm going to tell you, I fell in love with going and working with the living. Now, that's not to say anything bad about those who work with the dead. I don't want Representative Bentley to get on me. All of us have our passion. I spent those years as a private, and then the military said, be all you can be, sent me to college to finish up at the Medical College of Georgia to be a nurse. Started off in nursing, doing elderly care, moved on to do med-surg, and lo and behold, somebody motivated me to go into critical care, and I worked critical care over 25 years. I trained a number of nurses. Now, I did a lot of research too. See, when nurses have to collect that data, see, you need us to make that research mean something. Now, I'm gonna tell you the truth. There's a number of those research projects that I was kicked off of. And the reason I was kicked off of is because I'm adamant that if you're gonna do something to a patient, they need to be fully informed about what you're doing. All right? So now, I said I have to come and speak on Senate Bill 46. And why? See, the Senate passed Senate Bill 46 February the 18th. Do anybody know how important February the 18th is? You all should know it. No, it's not your birthday. Now, February the 18th was a Thursday. See, here at the Capitol, we have to do the COVID test twice, on Monday and on Thursday. Now, on Thursday, many of you should remember, because when you went in your phone to do your code, it said you was gonna have to update your informed consent. Now, all of us did an informed consent in order to do our COVID test. But that particular day, you had to update your informed consent. So I went and I said, well, you know, I need to see, I can't see this writing, it's too small. Do you have a paper so I can read it? They didn't have the paper. I said, can you pull it up on the computer? Because I need to be able to see it. They didn't have that. Then my red light went off. Because see, I know the tricks of the trade. What you do is, when you want to pretty much motivate people to go ahead and give up their consent, you do it on a day which is their last day. So I said, this is the last day that I'm supposed to do this test, and you want me to upgrade and I don't know what is in the document? No, I'm not gonna do the test. I'm gonna go back to my office, I'm gonna pull up this document, and I'm gonna read it very carefully. I pulled it up, and pretty much it was pretty basic. It was like our informed consent that we initially signed. But I went further down and they said, oh, well, we're going to test for the different variant types of the virus. You know, those new kinds that have come into America. And I said, well, that's great. We need to know if there's some different variant types of that virus here. Now, mind you, if you read a little bit lower, you would have seen that, oh, they're going to tell the regular, you're going to tell the local government, you're going to tell the state government and the federal. But the people we're not going to tell, and it said will not in bold letters, are the volunteers. And who are the volunteers? It's us. I said, wait a minute. I'm not going to give you my informed consent so that you can know if I am positive for one of those variants, and then you tell everybody, local, state, and federal government, but then you don't tell me? There was not a button there for me to say I do not consent. So I printed it up, 4 copies. I went and I did a pen. And I wrote on that piece of paper, I would have had a copy, but when they took it off and sent it back to Rule 46, I thought they weren't going to bring it up, so I put all my paper away. But I have the actual copy if you want to see it. I wrote in writing, I do not consent to you testing me for the different variant types of the virus and not telling me. I want to know. And then I signed my name and I put February the 18th on it. I turned it in, or at least I tried. I took it downstairs, they wouldn't take it. I gave a copy to my leader. I came on this floor to give a copy to the speaker. They said, no, we're not taking that. That needs to go. That's totally separate. It's for the college. But there was nobody at the college that would take it. So they went and they called the attorneys, and the attorneys, for whatever reason, nobody would take that form. Now that's informed consent. And I said, well, wait a minute. I can stand here as clear as day, and I can guarantee you over 3/4, if not 90% of you went ahead and hit that button. You did not read this informed consent, because if you came up positive with one of those variant types of that virus, you would want your loved ones to know. You would want to go back. You wouldn't want to take that back to your family. I'm a critical care nurse. Working with people with disease that has no cure is nothing new to me. Wearing this mask all day, welcome to my world. This is informed consent. And they were able, and don't take this the wrong way, to trick, that may not be a good word, fool, no, that's not politically correct, mislead this house. And now you're getting ready on that same day, you put it in law. And they say, well, oh, it's just a virus. I mean, we're just going to get the information. No, this is about informed consent. Then they say, well, Viola, it was already in the law. That don't make it right. That may mean we need to change the law. And we are adults. There was 3 places in this law in which, first, 3 areas where they talked about without the consent of the person or the person's parents or guardian. You don't want the parents and the guardian to know about their children under the age of 18? Is this a conservative bill? I must have lost something here. Oh, and here's another good part. In the initial form, you had declared public health emergency. Go look at the new one. Declared has been removed. Now, why would they remove declared? Because when you declare a public health, they have to come to the legislative body to get permission. Now, we don't want to discuss the trickery that went on when we did that. Now, do we? We wasn't supposed to have it where we could have removed that power from the governor. Y'all put all your signatures on a piece of paper, and then when it was time for us to exercise that, you didn't even submit the paperwork. Informed consent. And then last but not least, you have the registry, the vaccine registry. Don't y'all have a number of conservatives right now chastising our president on vaccine passports? Somebody better educate them that Georgia is doing vaccine registries. Y'all have the power to do this any way you want to. But I want you to know I'm not talking to you all. I'm talking to the employers of this government. And who are the employers? They're the taxpayers and voters that hire and fire us with their vote and pay us with their tax money. I want the employers of this government to know how there's an attack on informed consent. The question you need to ask is, will the taxpayers and voters be as forgiving as many of us were, or many of you were, when you were fooled about informed consent? Madam Speaker, I yield the well. I know that the time is late.
The lady has yielded the well. The chair recognizes Representative Knight to speak to the bill.
Madam Speaker, this is late, and it's unbelievable. House Bill 260 has been back and forth so many times, but apparently, via the last speaker, it's apparent that nobody's reading the bill. First of all, to the members of this body, I want to make sure that you understand that this is not about COVID testing and consent to COVID testing. Read the bill. It's about voluntary vaccination. Voluntary vaccination. So what you just heard about testing has nothing to do with what's in the bill. So I want to speak to sections 8 and 10. And I'm going to try to be brief. What this bill seeks to do is make sure that Part 10, that the pharmacists and nurses can continue to give vaccines across this state. But this bill's back and forth because there has been questions brought up about privacy. And many of you know that that's very dear and near to my heart. Some of you may remember in 2019, I introduced and passed, with your support, legislation that protected patient data from PBMs and insurance companies data mining patient health care for profit. So it's very near and dear to my heart, patient privacy. So when this bill came over from the Senate, I too had concerns and had calls from my constituents about privacy. So I'm going to stand here before you today as someone who believes that increasing access to care and protecting privacy, I can tell you that this bill, with the work that has been done back and forth from the Rules Committee to get this right, this now accomplishes that mission. We've heard a lot of concerns about this bill, some legitimate and obviously some not. But first of all, this bill never ever mandated a vaccine, period. Period. And I've also heard concerns that this bill will hurt patient privacy and hurt patient HIPAA rights under the federal law. This bill, with the changes that have been made, not only protect privacy rights under HIPAA, it affords a far more privacy protection than HIPAA does. We listened. Concerns were heard, and this is gone from the bill. Gone from the bill with loose privacy protections to a strong privacy protection bill that we can all be proud of. So what does HIPAA do? HIPAA allows disclosure to any public health authority for the purpose of preventing and controlling diseases. It's very broad. This bill now, with our changes, allows disclosure only when there is a declared public health emergency. And again, go to that code section. What you just heard was incorrect. And then only, and that was the part that Chairman Cooper spoke about, was only to the U.S. Department of Health and Services, and then to its subsidiary, which is the CDC that you just heard. Go to lines 260 through 266 and you'll see this. Read the bill. But it's not all. This bill also prohibits the Department of Public Health from providing patient names, again, much stronger than HIPAA. Lines 265 through 266. Read the bill. And finally, there is now an express exemption for patients so that they can opt out of the statewide vaccine registry. Again, we put into code an express exemption for patients so that they can opt out of the state vaccine registry. Lines 266 through 267, and also 253 through 254. The law previously referenced it. It was very vague, but now it is explicit. And with these changes, we're still increasing access to care, and we're empowering our pharmacists and our nurses and those folks in our hometowns who are trying to make sure that they get the vaccine out, that we have access all across this state. And this bill proves that we can do both. We can protect privacy, and you can opt out. And finally, if you want the vaccine, this bill with that exemption clause, okay, opting out, will allow you to still go get your vaccine and have no record of it. So what you just heard prior to me getting up here had nothing to do with this bill. I want to urge you, this helps accomplish what we need to make sure that we continue to get vaccines, and we give some information to CDC to get the vaccines here, but it also strengthens Georgia code like it never has been before, and our patients can opt out. I urge you to vote for this bill so that we can make sure we're protecting Georgians during this crisis. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The gentleman has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Cannon rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that many members in this body, have concern about language justice, meaning that those who don't speak English will be negatively impacted by the passage of this legislation that does not speak to the more than 300 languages represented in the state of Georgia?
I'm sure the lady believes that to be true. We need to make a correction. Earlier, it had listed up there, we were discussing Senate Bill 46. And so for the entire time it was up there, somehow in the machinations up here, it got switched. And so I'm going to back up to make sure that we are, that I'm giving you the information about the correct bill. All right, so now we've got the correct bill back up there. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to withdrawing the committee substitute? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is withdrawn. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The Rules Committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Majority Whip Kelly rise?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker.
State your inquiry.
Madam Speaker, isn't it true that a no vote on this could desperately hurt Georgia's ability to receive the COVID vaccine and would be a vote directly against the health and welfare of Georgia's citizens?
Chair believes the man knows that of which he speaks. For what purpose does Representative Knight rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Madam Speaker, isn't it true that the language here that we have actually put in a specific exemption that exempts people out from the registry, therefore allowing them to totally not give any data whatsoever, protecting the privacy of people who don't want to participate in the vaccine registry?
I'm sure the gentleman knows of which he speaks. And final parliamentary inquiry. For what purpose does Representative McLeod rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true the bill, as currently stated, would not lend itself to contact tracing?
That's a matter for each and every member to decide right now. And so have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the passage of the bill. The yeas were 109, the nays were 56. The bill, having received the requisite constitutional majority, is therefore passed. Clerk will read the caption to Senate Bill 256.
Senate Bill 256 by Senator Burke, the 11th, Gooch, the 51st, and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 12, Code Section 1612.4, Code Section 1911.9, Chapter 2 of Title 26, Title 31, and Code Section 43.18.75 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to conservation and natural resources. This bill I refer to the Committee on Health and Human Services. That committee recommends that this bill do pass by Rules Committee substitute.
The chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to present the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I bring to you the rules substitute to House Bill 256. This has to do with our Public Health Commissioner, which is Dr. Toomey at the time, and the hiring of our public health, the district public health directors. Those health directors are state employees. Please hear me. They are state employees. They get state benefits. But at this time, the way that they are hired, Dr. Toomey presents them to each of the health departments, or the health department, health area where their district, where they're going to be working if they're hired. And if one county in that health district says no to their employment, they cannot be hired. Now let me read to you how many counties are in each of these districts. In the Waycross district, there are 16 counties. That means if one county objects, you can't hire the area director for that. In Athens, there's 10 counties. In Dalton, there's 6. In Gainesville, 13. In Fulton, 1. In DeKalb, 1. In Clayton County, 1. Now remember those, because I'm going to come back to the counties that are only 1. In Gwinnett, 3. In LaGrange, 12. In Dublin, 10. In Macon, 13. In Augusta, 13. In Columbus, 16. Valdosta, 10. Coastal, 8. In Albany, 14 counties. Can you imagine being the CEO of a company and you have to go to every one of your 15 area supervisors and have their permission before you can hire the vice president for operations for the whole company? This is what we've been working with, and it's not working. We have 4 or 5 areas that don't have one of these physicians helping them with decisions because we can't get the counties to agree. So this is very different from the bill that was first proposed by the Senate. What this one is a compromise. If this bill passes, here's what will happen. If you're in the Waycross district and they're trying to get you a district director, there's 16 counties in Waycross. Each board of health in that Waycross district, each county, their county board of health would meet and they would elect one person to go to with the other 15 counties representatives, and they would vote, and whoever had the majority of votes would win. If the people that had the majority of votes wanted the person that Dr. Toomey wanted, then that person would get the job. If the majority of counties did not want the person that Dr. Toomey was proposing, that person would not get the job. If you are a county and you only have one, you only represent one county, you're a district, like Clayton or Fulton or DeKalb, your Board of Health would meet and they would make the decision. And the majority of the board for DeKalb or Clayton or Fulton, what they decided would be whether you hire, Dr. Toomey hires the district director or not. That allows for input from the communities, while at the same time not allowing one county to keep 15 other counties or 10 other counties or 8 other counties from having a district director, a person to work with each of those counties and putting forth our public health agenda and in working with those papers and becoming a member of those communities and working with those boards. That's simply how it's put. It's a compromise. It allows a much more workable way to elect and make sure that we can have district directors. We right now have about 5 vacancies across our state. It's very hard to find these people. They have to be MDs. They have to be in good standing. They look for people with public health backgrounds. These people do not grow on trees, and when we find somebody really good, and I believe Dr. Toomey, with all of her years of expertise, is a real good person to start that evaluation project. We need those people in Georgia. We need them helping our counties. So I would ask for your favorable consideration on the substitute to House Bill 256. Madam Speaker, if there's no questions, I'll yield the well.
You have a couple questions if you choose to take them.
I will take 1 or 2.
Okay. The chair recognizes Representative Burnell for question.
Where am I looking?
She's in room 341.
Okay.
Will the lady yield?
Yes, I will.
I live in Clayton County, and so since you mentioned them, what I'd like to know, I know that most people don't know that their health departments are already in a district, first of all. And what happens is, according to the way that it's stated there, is that the larger county now ends up taking care of the smaller counties. Is that not true?
I'm not aware of that.
Can I ask you another question?
Certainly.
Okay. And so what's going to happen is that, as you're saying, that yes, they are hard to find, those individuals. However, if the counties still have to provide funds, even though they don't have any say-so in who's hired. Is that not true?
No, ma'am, that is not. The state pays a basic salary. There are some counties that do give a supplement, but that is not the way that all counties do it across our state.
Okay, one more question.
more.
Clayton County hired someone, and they were in LaGrange. They took all the resources from Clayton County to LaGrange, and then they threatened to fire most of the employees in Clayton County. And that's why Clayton County doesn't have that director, because that director did not work well with the employees, not just in Clayton, but also in Henry and Fayette. Thank you.
Well, in this bill, Clayton County represents, the Clayton is one county, and it would be up to the Board of Public Health in Clayton County. They would be making the decision totally by themselves of who they hire. Here again, I would ask for favorable consideration on House Bill 256, and I will yield the well, Madam Speaker.
The lady has yielded the well. Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to adopting the substitute offered by the Committee on Rules? The chair hears none. The committee substitute is adopted. Is there any objection to agreeing to the report of the committee which was favorable to the passage of the bill? The chair hears none. The report of the committee is agreed to. Shall this bill now pass? All in favor of the passage of the bill will vote yes. All those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. For what purpose does Representative Williams rise? In the gallery.
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
I really wanted to ask, I really had a question that I wanted to ask the bill author. Is it not true that on line 28 it says the commissioners shall select a district health director for each health district, which is confusing to me because is it not true that Chairman Cooper said that the members of the boards of health would be able to vote?
Well, the lady will have to make a decision here on how you're going to vote. I don't have the information to answer that question. Last parliamentary inquiry. For what purpose does Representative Efstration rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Madam Speaker, is it not true that initially there was some concern that I had about this bill representing GRN, Gwinnett, Newton, Rockdale County, but with the compromise bill that's before us tonight, that I have spoken to folks back home and there is support for this compromise. It's a good bill and members should vote in favor of it.
Members are able to make that decision now. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? All right. Have all members voted? Have all members voted on the passage of the bill? The yeas were 79. The clerk will lock the machine. The yeas were 79. The nays were 92. The bill, having failed to receive the requisite constitutional majority, has therefore failed.
What purpose does the majority caucus whip rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to serve notice for reconsideration.
The gentleman has moved to reconsider. This House's failure to give a constitutional majority to Senate Bill 256. All those in favor of the motion to reconsider will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion for reconsideration, the ayes are 95, the nays are 76, and this House has reconsidered its action in failing to give a constitutional majority to Senate Bill 256. Okay, it goes back on the general calendar. Chair recognizes Chairman Blackman for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recede from our position on Senate Bill 6 and accept the Committee of Conference report as presented.
Chairman Blackman has moved that the House adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 6. The clerk will read the caption.
The Committees on Conference of Senate Bill 6 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their position and the attached Committees of Conference substitute to Senate Bill 6 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the Senate, Albers of the 56th, Huffstetler of the 52nd, Watson of the 1st. For the House, Blackman of the 146th, Burns of the 159th, Williamson of the 115th.
Chair recognizes Chairman Blackman to explain the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 6.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the language that we have presented on several occasions to this body. We have 587, 586, and then we have Senate Bill 6. The two things that we do not have from the as passed the House on this previous version would be the language for the council, including the joint committee, and then also we do not have the agribusiness language in this particular bill. So these are the things that we came together on. Again, all measures that we have seen or moved before. Try to answer any questions if there are any. I know others have spoken of this bill numerous times, and we have seen the provisions in it.
You have no questions.
Thank you. I yield the will. Ask for your favorable consideration.
On the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 6, all those in favor of adopting the Conference Committee report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Chairman Carson rise?
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Rule 133, I ask to be excused from the vote.
The gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. What purpose does Representative Cannon rise? She waves. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 6, the ayes are 146, the nays are 25, and this House has adopted the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 6. Chair recognizes Chairman Jaspers for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move we agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 588.
Chairman Jaspers has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 588. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 588 by Representative Jaspers to the 11th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 32 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating highways, bridges, and ferries.
Chair recognizes Chairman Jaspers to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This is a production from the Freight Logistics Study Committee that was held over the last 2 years, and this is the funding bill. want to answer a couple of questions about the Senate addition. When our bill passed the House, it did not have the alternative contracting language in it. This was added in Senate Finance after passing the House. It took about 2 weeks of meetings between GDOT and those involved in the construction world to come up with this language. This is in no way a no-bid contracting bill, has been rumored in the hallway. There is no way that the folks who work in this world, the roads and bridge folks, would allow it. This is their bread and butter. There is bid within it, the DOT board's approval that allows it. This is about large projects. You think about when we move or work on the Talmadge Bridge on the Savannah River, that's the type of thing that this will work on. There's oversight from the legislative branch, executive branch, and the DOT board, and there's bids within it. And again, I just want to reemphasize, our partners in the road and bridge construction group are in agreement with this bill, and have worked hard to come to an agreement so that Georgia can grow. Other than that, the bill is good. It's what we passed out of the House. That's our bill, Mr. Speaker. I'll be glad to answer any questions.
You have no questions?
Thank you. I yield the will and ask for your favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 588, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 162, the nays are 2. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 588. Chair recognizes Representative Rick Williams for a motion. Chair recognizes Representative Carpenter for a motion.
I make a motion to agree to the Senate substitute of House Bill 577.
Representative Carpenter has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 577. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 577 by Representative Clark of the 4th and others being titled an act to amend Title 32 and Code Section 46181 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to highways, bridges, and ferries and maximum speed limits.
Chair recognizes Representative Carpenter to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So this bill we passed out of the House, they've added a little bit of language in the Senate Transportation Committee. One point in Section 1, it requires the state environmental rulemaking to enable state permitting to better align with the U.S. Army Corps of Engineering Section 404 for permitting where applicable roadway projects. Basically what this does, this requires our EPD to update their code so that it matches and synchronizes with the Army Corps of Engineers on certain projects. And then also the other piece was sections 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8, which really were addressed in the Freight and Logistics Commission recommendations on intermodal, multimodal, and public-private partnerships. And with that, Speaker, I know it's getting late. I yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 577, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 155, the nays are 14, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 577. Chair recognizes Representative Rick Williams for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We insist we move on the Senate substitute on House Resolution 144.
Representative Williams has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 144. The clerk will read the caption.
House Resolution 144 by Representative Williams, the 145th, honoring the life and memory of Miss Katie Poff and dedicating an intersection in her memory.
Chair recognizes Representative Williams to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It was just a minor road name on a road change. It shortened the length of the road that it was named after, and that's all it was. But this all recommend your favorable support. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 144, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 171, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Resolution 144. Chair recognizes Representative Gunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Move the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 306.
Representative Gunter has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 306. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 306 by Representative Gunter, the 8th, to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 7, Chapter 2, Title 14 of the Official Code of Georgia and Taylor relating to meetings, so as to provide that a corporation may hold annual shareholders' meetings and special shareholders' meetings.
Chair recognizes Representative Gunter to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the same bill that we passed out earlier in the session. The only addition that the Senate made was that they added in nonprofits. With that, I ask your favorable consideration. I yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 306, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 163, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 306. Chair recognizes Representative Gunter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House adhere to its position on House Bill 409 and ask for a conference committee to be appointed.
On the motion of the gentleman, Representative Gunter has moved that this House insist on its position on House Bill 409 and that a committee of conference be appointed. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 409 by Representative Gunter the 8th to be entitled an act to amend Article 4, Chapter 15, and Title 45 of the Official Code of Georgia and Zeta relating to counsel for public officials and agencies so as to provide for a process for state-funded representation of certain judges in legal actions.
Chair recognizes Representative Gunter to explain his motion.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is, they've added in the language to advise and consent to the appointments and asking that we take that out. That's basically it. Thank you.
Representative Gunter has moved that on House Bill 409 that this House insist on its position and appoint a committee of conference. Is there objection? Is there objection? The chair hears none, and it is so ordered. The chair appoints as a committee of conference Representative Gunter from the 8th District, Representative Fleming from the 121st District, and Representative Efstration from the 104th District. Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 317.
Chairman Stevens has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 317. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 317 by Representative Stevens and the 164th and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 13 of Title 48 of the Official Code of Georgia and Zeta relating to excise taxes on rooms, lodgings, and accommodations.
Chair recognizes Chairman Stevens to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members of the House, you might remember 317 was the innkeeper facilitator bill that collects all the hotel motel taxes from these VRBOs and others, and it also collects the $5 fee. Went over to the Senate. They attached some language to it in the Rules Committee, took it back out, so this is exactly the bill that you voted on before, so I'll ask you to vote for it again. If there's no questions, I'll yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 317, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 142, the nays are 22, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 317. While we're in a little bit of a pause, and it'll be seconds, I do want to have you join me in giving thanks to a lady who has performed above and beyond the call of duty this session. That's our doorkeeper, Pat Hinote. We'll do the best we can. All right. Chair recognizes Representative Momdahan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 327.
Representative Momdahan has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 327. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 327 by Representative Momdahan of the 17th and others to be entitled an act to prevent organized retail crime to amend Chapter 1 and Title 10 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to selling and other trade practices.
Chair recognizes Representative Momdahan to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that passed overwhelmingly in the House. The Senate changes were just one word, from a shall to a may, to give those folks some more discretion. Like I said, this is a good bill, passed overwhelmingly. With that, I yield the way up.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 327, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 102, the nays are 63, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 327. Chair recognizes Chairman Watson for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to HB 47 as amended by the House.
477.
477 as amended by the House.
Chairman Watson has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 477 as amended by the House. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 477 by Representative Watson, 172nd to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 48729.12 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to tax credits for qualified donations.
Chair recognizes Chairman Watson to present the Senate sub in the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a bill that we've already passed out of the House. The Senate wanted to lower the conservation tax credit piece, so we agreed to that. We haven't been utilizing it fully. It also, the amendment that we'll be adding also adds the Georgia Agribusiness Tax Credit Program that's also passed this body, and so we're going to put that back in there so we can continue to create jobs in Georgia. And then also the final piece is we're going to start taxing jet fuel after July 1st, 2021. That's what the amendment does. And I know the hour is late, Mr. Speaker, and I yield the well.
Gentleman has yielded the well. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 477 as amended by the House, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Chairman Knight rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true this body temporarily suspended the jet fuel tax back in 18 in the special session up until the following June?
That is my recollection.
Further parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it further true that the year later that due to a Department of Revenue ruling, a misguided one at that, per our leg counsel, stated that that revenue ruling overrode the General Assembly and the law that we passed, and as such, doesn't this bill go back and correct that such that the General Assembly is in charge of its taxes and states it very clearly, clearing up
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes that to be true. What purpose does Representative Wilkerson rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that at the very end of that, I just want to make sure that he took away the Delta tax exemption as a retaliation for them speaking out against that horrendous HB 202 or Senate Bill 202 or whatever that election bill was, and that this has nothing to do with the Department of Revenue, but it's purely retaliation for the business community speaking out on a bill that everyone feels is Jim Crow 2.0?
If the gentleman so states, I'm sure he believes that to be true. What purpose does Representative Belton rise?
Parliamentary procedure.
State your inquiry.
I'd like to invoke rule number 133, please.
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 97, the nays are 73, and this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 477 as amended by this House. This House will come back to order. We got a lot of moving parts around here. The chair recognizes Chairman England for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House recede from its position on House Bill 81 and adopt the Committee of Conference report.
Clerk will read the conference committee report.
The Committee of Conference on House Bill 81 recommends that both the House of Representatives and the Senate recede from their positions and the attached Committee of Conference substitute to HB 81 be adopted. Respectfully submitted for the House of Representatives, England to the 116th, Jones to the 47th, Burns to the 159th. For the Senate, Tillery the 19th, Miller the 49th, Dugan of the 30th.
All right, we're taking up the budget. Going to ask that the members lower the level of conversation. Chair recognizes Chairman England to explain the conference committee report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, members of the House. Glad to bring to you this evening the Conference Committee report on House Bill 81. As always, we need to make a few thank yous before we lead into this. Of course, our committee members, Almost half the House are now on our committee, and I want to thank you for your work. Our subcommittee chairs, the 8 of you all that just continue to amaze me with your abilities. Our admins that kind of keep all the trains running on time, whether it's here in the House or over in the House Budget and Research Office with Miss Alicia. Appreciate all of y'all. But especially, I want to say a quick thank you to Martha Wigden, Christine Murdoch, and all of our HBRO staff. They do an incredible job day in and day out. As many of you know, you call and have questions for them many times during the year, and they're always here and willing to work and help and get you those answers. Our friends and colleagues in the Senate, Chairman Tillery and his staff, thank you to them, and of course our governor and the Office of Planning and Budget as well. It's much more enjoyable to rebuild a budget, but it's certainly no less complicated. It's not just enough to refill cuts or reductions that have been made in previous years, but to go in and look at those expenditures, look at those funds that you're putting back to make sure that they're being put back in the proper place, being used in the proper way, and addressing the changes that have occurred within the state since those cuts were made. Instead of just putting the money back, we always look for efficiencies with reductions and capitalize on those opportunities with restorations to make our taxpayer dollars work harder. Examples of creating opportunities through these efficiencies are throughout this budget before you. Now, the budget's been out since right at 5 o'clock. The tracking sheet has also been out there since just shortly thereafter with a couple of other documents. I will reference those things through here. We will not walk through the tracking sheet tonight. We're using over $1 million from a recalculated law enforcement training grant program to create a permanent facility at GPSTC, the Georgia Public Safety Training Center, dedicated to de-escalation and proper use of force training for the thousands of local and state law enforcement employees who certify and recertify there annually. In addition, we're using some of those funds to provide longevity increases to our state troopers to create a pay scale increments on a senior and master level. An increase in adoptions, along with better revenues, allow us to redirect a potential $14 million cut back into the system, very pointedly. $6.7 million of that goes to foster care to target the housing needs for our children who are in a difficult place and need heightened services and supervision, as well as $6.5 million to replace federal funds being cut from our private foster care partners who also provide housing and wraparound services for these children. We can turn the needs magnified by this pandemic into an opportunity to significantly update our infrastructure for broadband access as well. If you'll recall, the governor had recommended in his original budget, of course in the amended budget, $20 million to go toward broadband expansion in the state and another $10 million that is included in House Bill 81. Along with that, $39.5 million going to One Georgia to establish the Rural Innovation Fund to assist rural communities with solutions for economic, medical, technological, and infrastructure needs within these regions. We took the opportunity of rebuilding and reconstituting the base for two big reoccurring costs, an annualized $25 million in the forest land protection grants for a $39 million total there, and the matching funds that are also known as disproportionate share hospitals, for our private non-deemed hospitals, which is $35 million, for a matched total of $105 million, infused into the Indigent Care Trust Fund. This provides a more predictable foundations for these grants moving forward and allows the amended budget to be used for fine-tuning as it is intended to do in its function. We have provided additional base funding, adding a level of permanency for very significant programming, many of which were recent legislative initiatives. $307,000 for the Georgia Hemp Program, $333,000 for better training and regulation of the Gate Card Program, Safe Harbor for sexually exploited children, $1.6 million for dyslexia screenings, $20.7 million for outdoor stewardship grants, $1.25 million for feminine hygiene products, more money also for the HIV prevention program, $1 million for vaping oversight and regulation, $1 million for charter facility grants for education, $1 million to provide newborn screening for Crab A disease, and again, $622 million for the medical cannabis treatment and production program. Legislative influence is particularly obvious in the Department of Transportation's budget, where over $200 million in new funds collected to pursuant of House Bill 170 from the 2015 session and Senate Bill 105 more recently are reflected as revenue for road construction, as well as $7 million new dollars in transit and $3.1 million for transportation infrastructure bank community-based projects. Your conferees also agreed to add $1 million to build resources for airport aid for projects for our regional airports, which draw a 95% local federal match. You profoundly make a mark on services for those persons and families and friends challenged by behavioral health need as well. Legislative influence is dominant in the mental health budget items, with the restoration of $59 million carefully placed in the Department of Behavioral Health, which includes $7 million for the crisis unit, uniquely staffed for those individuals with intellectual or developmental disabilities, and $9.2 to expand the capacity to over 7,000 Georgians in need of mental health or addiction supports. As is $1.2 million for additional adult protective caseworkers and guardianship caseworkers to look out for our vulnerable senior citizens here in the state of Georgia. In concert with that, broadening the oversight with $7.5 million in funding in this budget to the modernization of the Healthcare Facility and Regulation Division at DCH. The division is called HFRD, and it recently came under scrutiny for its data systems not being adequate enough. Nursing homes have been particularly subject to the human and economic impact of coronavirus, and House Bill 81 addresses these unique needs with nearly $44 million in new dollars, of which $20 million is pointedly directed to improving the quality of care, and we bolster the reimbursements for frontline Medicaid primary care physicians and dentists. With approval from CMS, we have also provided a $12.3 million increase for a 5% rate increase for mental health providers, the first increase in a decade for these 700 statewide clinicians and therapists, which when matched equals over $37.2 million. The passage of the 6th federal COVID-19 relief bill, the $1.9 trillion American Rescue Plan Act of 2021 provides an opportunity to increase 31 grants, a total of $15.95 billion, to include $4.6 million in general purpose allowance. Although these U.S. Treasury funds although the U.S. Treasury has yet to share the rules and regulations of these grants, each of them is noted for your reference within House Bill 81 for historical tracking purposes. Also, out on the table outside, you'll see a letter from Governor Kemp where he mentions that he wants legislative input and partnership in how those funds will be expended throughout the state. This relief is timely, but I add a cautionary note. Federal funds are never permanent. And just like the process for restoring state funds, we do not blatantly backfill federal funds when they go away. In FY21, your peers on the Appropriations Committee do support putting in state funds of $6.6 million to backfill the Title 4E grants that no longer help us cover placements in our private foster care partners, such as the residential treatment centers like Devereaux, Murphy Harpst, and youth villages, to name a few. In the domestic violence shelters, which not only provide services for these families in need, but also support over 265 jobs, receive $1.8 million for a 9% increase in state funds to offset some of their lost federal funds, and an additional $150,000 for our sexual assault centers statewide. With a significant influx of dollars for fiscal year 21, of the federal dollars, and 22, we have asked the Department of Audits and Accounts to perform the necessary auditing of these 31 grants and have provided them with the staffing and operating resources of $1.2 million to do so. Finally, as we work to evaluate this budget, we've all been keenly aware that QBE funding formula and scattered programs across our education pipeline needed to be addressed. In fact, 57% of all new funds, or $764.5 million, went directly to education. Pre-K classrooms get their first operation increase since FY10 for supplies and learning materials, as well as more than 625 slots for the Child Care and Parent Services Program, or CAPS, that assists low-income families. House Bill 81 also catches up the teaching formulas in higher education with $59 million for the university system and $6 million for the technical colleges. For the first time in several years, we are funding $1 million in Eminent Scholars, the first specifically focused on sickle cell research as a partner with Morehouse School of Medicine, Children's Healthcare of Atlanta, and Emory University, and a research scholar focused on rural Georgia and historically black colleges and universities. House Bill 81 also includes treatment dollars for sickle cell through the Department of Public Health and $100,000 to partner with Clark Atlanta University on prostate cancer research. Health education also gets a boost with the second of a 3-year implementation plan that increases the state subsidy for funding to medical classes of $7.8 million and $5.3 million in matching funds to draw down a 1-for-1 match to support more medical education students in the Medical College of Georgia's 3+ program. 60 to 100% of budget reductions in programs for K-12 are restored to prior year levels. But as I stated at the beginning of the overview, everything needs to be scrutinized before blindly backfilling. So to that end, flat student enrollment and a virtual workspace remote workforce for DOE have organically created funds to be directed to other K-12 needs, and those rent savings you see across DOE programs is yet another example of shifting resources for other needs and good budgeting practices. The highlight of the document you have before you lists out the plethora of restorations in the new program dollars into K-12, to include $5 million in the base funding for nutrition. School nutrition and the staff who have been preparing and delivering meals for 12 straight months are heroes who ensure Georgia's children do not go hungry. And these funds provide salary and health care premium support for those workers, as well as nutritious meals for the students. As we noted earlier, mental health is crucial during these stressful days, especially for our youth. $2 million is added to expand the APEX program that has been highly successful across this state, the school-based access points for intervention and counseling, in another 59 schools. We funded $395,000 to provide suicide prevention training in schools and added $5.8 million in new school tutorial, after-school, and summer school resources through partnership with the Multi-Agency Alliance for Children, Boys and Girls Clubs, and the YMCA. Teacher salaries and step increases for training and experience are fully funded, requiring an additional $58.2 million. Also noteworthy are the increases to teacher retirement system at $58.1 million and an increase to the public school employees retirement system members benefit to a $15.75 benefit. The Board of Employees Retirement System is urged to provide an additional benefit, either a COLA increase or a 13th check, depending on the fund's overall ability to do so. Finally, the biggest line item in HB 81 is the $587 million in restoration of state funding for the Quality Basic Education program. On your desk or out on the table, you have a document that shows the local system's financial information that includes reserves, grants from the 3 sets of CARES Act cash, and the latest allowances for the $3.8 billion in direct payments to local school systems provided by the ARP. The final column in that sheet will show you the outstanding QBE reduction in context with them all. There's nothing static about a budget, just like there's nothing static about our communities, especially now during a pandemic. The members of this House and our counterparts across the way have done an incredible job of shifting resources to face the challenges while also doing due diligence to scrutinize how we deliver services and refresh the way we do business to make the impact of every dollar more aggressive. It is truly a balancing act, but as I've also tried to make clear, it's ever-changing and a symbiotic partnership with local, federal, and federal governments, colleges and universities, community agencies, private providers, and most importantly, our taxpayers themselves. Your yes vote to this conference report across the party and across the chamber to secure the passage of a $27.2 billion fiscal plan to carry us through the coming year with greater certainty is the keystone of partnership to them all. Mr. Speaker, that sums up most of everything that is in the document. It has been on the desk now for several hours. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I know we've got several more things to accomplish here this evening before we leave. And so therefore, I yield the will and ask for your favorable consideration of the Conference Committee report to House Bill 81.
Gentleman has yielded the will. On the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 81, all those in favor of adopting the Conference Committee report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Hutchinson rise?
Pursuant to Rule 133, I'd like to be excused from this vote.
Lady has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the adoption of the Conference Committee report on House Bill 81. The ayes are 148, the nays are 21. This House has adopted the Conference Committee report on House Bill 81, the fiscal year budget. While we have them in here, let's bring the Budget Office staff in and give them a big hand and thank them for their good work this year. Led by their very able director, Martha Wigden, and Deputy Director Christine Murdoch. Thank you all very, very much. Another group I want to have you help me thank for a really outstanding job. They're not here because they're across the street streaming and working, and that's the House Media Services office and staff with their director, Betsy Theroux, up here. And she's got an awesome staff. Justin Speck, DJ Moreland, Camille Taylor, Michelle Sloan, and last but not least, Deidre Powell. I think we ought to give a shout out now to the House Administrative Assistants. I'm sure they're still in their offices working. Got some over here against the wall. Bringing them in, thank them for their good work. God, we couldn't do it without y'all. And the temporary session staff and the House interns and externs, give them a big hand. And while we're at it, let's give a big shout out to another group that we really can't live without, and sometimes we can't live with, but that's the Office of the Clerk of the House with Our distinguished clerk, Bill Riley. Assistant clerk, Crystal Roush. The clerk's office staff that works on the floor. And these are great, great people here. Scotty Long, Carrie Vick, and Ryan Keene, and all the staff that are back in the office working. And to the greatest house messenger in America, Betsy Thoreau again. She really keeps me on target. And Deputy Messenger Holly Pitcock. They're still working too, I think, but the Office of Legislative Counsel and staff with Legislative Counsel Rick Ruskell. Got everything but mine. Let's give a big hand to Angela Holland, who has run the Annie Room staff this session. Angela, come take a bow. And our postmaster, Corey Mulkey. Thank you, Corey. And a great, great big shout out to the Georgia State Patrol, the Capitol Police, and the GBI for keeping us safe. Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 605 as amended by the House.
I can't hear you. Chairman Cooper has moved that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 605 as amended by this House. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 605 by Representative Cooper, the 43rd, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 31 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to care and protection of indigent and elderly patients.
Chair recognizes Chairman Cooper to explain the Senate amendment and the House amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Senate did an amendment on the floor, and the House amendment would put this back to what passed out of the Senate committee and what had been approved by our state's elderly ombudsman, and which I agree with. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask for your favorable vote.
The lady has yielded the will. All those in favor of the motion to agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 605 as amended by this House will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does Representative McLaurin rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that aging advocates are still opposed because this bill still does not allow use, as House amended as proposed by the chairwoman? It does not allow use of the secret camera footage in civil proceedings, which is an essential element to protect people in these homes.
I'm sure the gentleman has read the bill and feels that's important. What purpose does Representative Al Williams rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that you forgot to give a shout out to the person in charge of the heat who's on the way from Alaska?
Well, I've got somebody bringing in firewood. We're going to start some fires around here and get warm. All right, final parliamentary inquiry. What purpose does Representative Mitchell rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Is it not true that the Senate version of this bill passed overwhelmingly 49-3, while the original House version of this bill barely passed?
Well, overwhelmingly and barely are subjective words, and so I'm not going to get into that. All right, have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 77, the nays are 88, and the motion has failed. Chair recognizes Representative Carpenter for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree to the House Bill 562 as amended by the Senate.
Representative Carpenter has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 562. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 562 by Representative Carpenter, the 4th, Ridley, the 6th, Coggins, the 14th, and others to be entitled an act to amend Article 3 of Chapter 4, Title 17 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to warrants for arrest so as to add de facto case managers to the people for whom the arrest warrants may be issued only by certain judicial officers.
Chair recognizes Representative Carpenter to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, this House Bill 562, the only change that was done to this is this would allow prosecuting attorneys to ask to move a trial by jury to a different venue if a previous prosecuting attorney has recused himself or has been disqualified or removed from the case. And with that, Speaker, I yield the will and ask for your favorable consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 562, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Cantrell rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, isn't it true that I really miss our former Representative Beasley Teague about right now?
Well, you know, somebody else could make that motion.
Well, I'd like to make that motion on behalf and in honor of Representative Beasley Teague, because I'm tired and I want to go home, Mr. Speaker.
Motion has been adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 168, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 562. Chair recognizes Chairman Hogan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support an amendment to House Substitute Senate 165 that we passed out of this House.
Chairman Hogan has moved that this House agree to a Senate amendment to Senate Bill 165. Clerk will read the caption.
Senate Bill 165 by Senator Gooch, the 51st Kirkpatrick of the 32nd Beach, the 21st, and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 8 of Title 40, the official code of Georgia annotated relating to equipment and inspection of motor vehicles, so as to exempt fully autonomous vehicles from certain vehicle equipment requirements.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hogan to explain the amendment.
This is to exempt certain autonomous vehicles from certain equipment and to require display of reflective emblem and use of strobe lights. And that's basically the bill.
On the gentleman's motion, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Well, have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine on the gentleman's motion. The ayes are 166, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate amendment to the House substitute to Senate Bill 165. Chair recognizes Representative Gravely for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House adopt the Conference Committee report on SB 195 and recede from its position.
Representative Gravely has moved that this House adopt the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 195. Clerk will read the Conference Committee report.
The committees of conference on Senate Bill 195 recommend that both the Senate and the House of Representatives recede from their position and that the attached committees of conference substitute SB 195 be adopted. For the Senate, Rass of the 28th, Jackson into the 2nd, Watson of the 1st. For the House of Representatives, Gravely the 67th, Watson of the 172nd, and Smyrie the 135th.
Chair recognizes Representative Gravely to explain the Committee of Conference report for Senate Bill 195.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll be brief. Ladies and gentlemen, we got a good bill out of conference. We got the majority of what we needed. We got the bill that we voted on 3 times here in the House. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to thank Calvin Smyrie, our dean, and Senator Lester Jackson for coming together. They were able to secure the language so that Fort Valley State and the University of Georgia, our 2 designated universities, will go straight to the commission and not have to work through the university system. Ladies and gentlemen, while also doing and providing that all HBCs in this state, as well as colleges and universities, will have the opportunity to research. Ladies and gentlemen, the change we had on dispensaries, instead of an unlimited number of dispensaries across the state, we reached an agreement that we will have 30 dispensaries across the state. There will be a trigger mechanism For every 10,000 patients, they will add a dispensary. Ladies and gentlemen, for each of the 6 cultivators. And then finally, the third change was that they were able to put some teeth for the commission, that they could find companies that were bad actors or not acting in compliance. Mr. Speaker, that is the bill. I will yield the will and ask for your favorable consideration.
Gentleman has yielded the will. On the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 195, all those in favor of the adoption of the Conference Committee report will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? What purpose does Representative Bentley rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Mr. Speaker, is it not true that I'm very grateful to the author of this bill, Senate Bill 195, and because it includes Fort Valley State University, and I'm so very grateful that every member of this House got a bar of the goat milk soap produced from the Fort Valley State University. Thank you.
Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the adoption of the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 195. The ayes are 164, the nays are 2, and this House has adopted the Committee of Conference report on Senate Bill 195. Chair recognizes Representative Washburn for a motion.
I move that the House agree to House Bill 480 as amended by the Senate.
Representative Washburn has moved that this House agree to House Bill 480 as amended by the Senate. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 480 by Representative Washburn, the 141st to be entitled An Act to Amend Part 3 of Article 8 of Chapter 14 and Title 44 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated related to mechanics and materialmen's liens.
Chair recognizes Representative Washburn to explain the Senate amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, House Bill 480 was a good bill that added the registered interior designers to the lien law. It passed the House overwhelmingly. The Senate has amended it with a very simple amendment that has nothing really to do with the content of the bill. It has to do with real estate brokerage, and it adds some language that allows someone who lost a real estate brokerage license to be able to retain that license if they were licensed for 5 years. Mr. Speaker, I ask for favorable consideration and yield the will.
Gentleman has yielded the will. On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 480, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 167, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 480. Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to withdraw the House amendment and agree to the Senate substitute to HB 575.
Chairman Dickey has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 575. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 575 by Representative Dickey, the 140th and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 4857.4 relating to the bona fide conservation use of property, residential transitional property, and application procedures.
Chair recognizes Chairman Dickey to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Macon-Bibb County OLOS bill that went over past this House and went over to the Senate. They made just one little small technical amendment to it and really didn't change the bill at all. And so I ask your favorable consideration for this.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 575, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Chair recognizes Chairman Newton for a motion. Oh, I'm sorry. If all members voted, clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 165, the nays are 1, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 575. Now, Chair recognizes Chairman Newton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move this House agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 454.
Chairman Newton has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 454. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 454 by Representative Newton, 123rd, and others to be entitled an act to amend Code Section 3320C2 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating online provider directories so as to provide for certain coverage requirements concerning providers that become out of network during a plan year.
Chair recognizes Chairman Newton to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This House voted 173 to nothing to extend some consumer protections to patients and their families when a provider was changed by the insurer in the middle of a plan year. The Senate's change really just doubled the amount of protection. We were offering 3 months of protection if somebody was canceled by the insurer. This ups it to 6 months. With that, I appreciate your support for this consumer-friendly bill.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 454, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines on the gentleman's motion The ayes are 162, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 454. Chair recognizes Representative Leverett for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 443.
Representative Leverett moves that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 443. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 443 by Representative Leverett of the 33rd and others to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 12 of Title 51 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to damages so as to provide for new requirements regarding the transfer of structured settlement payment rights.
Chair recognizes Representative Leverett to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This was the Structured Settlement Protection Act. You may recall we approved this unanimously a month ago. At our request, the Senate made certain changes by substitute to this bill. It's substantively the same bill the House approved over a month ago, and I ask that you please favorably consider agreeing to the Senate amendment, to the Senate substitute. You'll agree. Well, Mr. Speaker.
On the motion of Representative Leverett that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 443, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machine. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 160, the nays are 3, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 443. Chair recognizes Representative Ridley for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that we agree to the Senate. It's too late, Mr. Speaker. My wife's already called. She's upset because she figured out it's day 40 and I'm coming home. And
well, would you mind not telling us all that, because we don't have much time?
It's been a long day. Anyway, I agree to House Bill 392, whatever. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
On the motion of Representative Ridley has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 392. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 392 by Representative Ridley, the 6th, and others to be titled an act to amend Title 3 of the Official Code of Georgia annotated relating to alcoholic beverages so as to provide that licenses for retail sale packages of alcoholic beverages for consumption off premises shall be subject to regulation as to distances from schools.
Chair recognizes Representative Ridley to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So what happened on House Bill 392, this was a bill that we passed in the House that had to do with the alcohol distance between alcohol sales and school property. So what the Senate done is they struck school grounds to make it school building that still stays 200 yards, but it gives the option to the local authorities to be able to navigate that any way that they want to. The two amendments they made on the bill is basically just straighten up some DOR language that was a little bit confusing that had to do with hotel, motel, serving alcohol. Mr. Speaker, that's the bill, and I'll yield the will.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 392, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. What purpose does Representative Wade rise?
Pursuant to Rule 133, may I be excused from the vote?
Gentleman has that right, and the journal will so reflect. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 392, the ayes are 129, the nays are 38, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 392. Chair recognizes Chairman Hogan for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that the House agree to the Senate substitute on House Bill 591.
Chairman Hogan has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 591. The clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 591 by Representative Hogan to the 179th and others to be entitled an act to amend Title 37 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating to mental health, so as to authorize marriage and family therapists to perform certain acts which physicians, psychologists, and others are authorized.
Chair recognizes Chairman Hogan to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This substitute requires the Department of Behavioral Health and Disabilities about where 1013s and 2013s are used, that the information be reported on how many 1013s and 2013s are done across the state by the district, and reported to the General Assembly on the number of 1013s and 2013s that are done. I ask your favorable vote on this bill. Thank you very much.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 591, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machine. On the motion to agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 591, the ayes are 163, the nays are 1, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 591. I saved the best group for last to recognize and thank for their service, and that is my office staff. I'd like for you to help me give a big welcome and thank you to Michelle Spearman, Caleb McMicken, Keith Williams, Holly Pitcock, Trooper Gerald Hanna, Trooper David James, Kim Aiken, Isabella White, Peyton Clark, my Chief of Staff, Spiro Ambern. But I saved the best for last. This was her first session of flying the airplane in the pilot seat, Kathy Little. Thank all of y'all. Chair recognizes Chairman Perkle for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House on HB 498 that we accept the Senate substitute.
Representative Chairman Perkle has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 498. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 498 by Representative Watson, the 172nd, to be entitled an act to amend Part 1 of Article 2 of Chapter 5 of Title 48 of the Fiscal Code of Georgia annotated relating to property tax exemptions.
Chair recognizes Chairman Perkle to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you recall, this is the ad valorem exemption for ag equipment, passed 169 to 1. The Senate added one small provision to, I can't read my writing, but level the playing field on the purchase of watercraft, and that was the extent of the bill. I appreciate your consideration.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 498, all those in favor of the motion will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the motion of the gentleman, the ayes are 158, the nays are 0, and this House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 498. Chair recognizes we have a supplemental local calendar number 2. The bill on the local calendar is an agree-disagree. Having received the requisite number of signatures required, the House delegation wishes to agree to the Senate substitute to the bill. The clerk will read the local calendar.
House Bill 445 by Representative Bruce, the City of South Fulton.
Is there any objection to the previous question being ordered on the local calendar? The chair hears none. The previous question is ordered. Is there any objection to agreeing to the Senate substitute to House Bill 445? Shall this bill now pass? All those in favor of the passage of the bill on the local calendar will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. So we can see that your tablets are not working without everybody holding them up, okay? They didn't write a book about how to do this one now. clerk will lock the machines. On the bills on the local calendar, the ayes are 154, the nays are 0. These bills, having received the requisite constitutional majority, are therefore passed. What purpose does Chairman Todd Jones rise?
To make a motion?
State your motion.
I move that the rules be temporarily suspended so that a bill may be read for the first time and assigned to committee.
On the gentleman, the clerk will read the caption.
Unnumbered House Bill by Representative Jones, the 25th, being entitled an act to incorporate the city of Buckhead City.
On the gentleman's motion that the rules of the House be temporarily suspended to allow a bill to be read for the first time and assigned to committee, is there objection? There is an objection. Does the gentleman move?
Yes.
Gentleman moves. Now, we have a number of members that can't vote. Oh, they're back on? Okay. All right. Okay. All those in favor of suspending the rules will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no. And the clerk will unlock the machines. This vote requires a 2/3 majority. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? What purpose does Chairman Oliver rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Isn't it true, Mr. Speaker, that it is today, right now, April Fool's Day?
It sure seems like it. Clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 105, the nays are 61. The motion has failed. Chair recognizes Representative Kemp for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move to agree to the Senate substitute for House Bill 574.
Representative Kemp has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute, House Bill 574. Although the clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 574 by Representative Campbell, 131st, and others being titled an act to amend Code Section 411.3 of the Official Code of Georgia Annotated relating licenses for pet dealers and kennel, stable, or animal shelters.
Chair recognizes Representative Kemp to explain the Senate substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The only substitute that was made is the name of the bill. Originally, when we voted on this in the House, it was the Companion Local Government Animal Trust Fund. It has since been changed to Local Government Companion Animal Trust Fund, so to be more understandable to local governments. If there are no questions, Mr. Speaker, I yield the well.
On the lady's motion, all those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machines. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. On the lady's motion, the ayes are 156, the nays are 3. This House has agreed to the Senate substitute to House Bill 574. All right, we're down almost to the finish line. Chair recognizes Representative Bodie for a motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move that this House agree to HB 160 as substituted by the Senate.
Representative Bodie has moved that this House agree to the Senate substitute to House Bill 160. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 160 by Representative Bodie, the 62nd, being entitled an act to amend Article 4, Chapter 8 of Title 48 the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to water and sewer projects and cost taxes.
Chair recognizes Representative Bodie to explain his motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you all recall, in this House, HB 160 passed this House by 167 votes. HB 160 will expand the municipality to allow the citizens of East Point, College Park, Hateville to call a referendum to implement a 1/6 water and sewer projects tax called the most. And I will ask that this House please vote in favor of this bill to allow the citizens. Thank you. And I yield the well, Mr. Speaker.
Representative, question before the House is on the agree to the Senate substitute, House Bill 160. All those in favor will vote aye. Those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. What purpose does the majority caucus whip rise?
Parliamentary inquiry.
State your inquiry.
Didn't a member of the majority caucus have a bill that was pretty important to his local community that just got voted down on a procedural motion?
I believe that to be true. Have all members, I'm sorry. Have all members voted? Have all members voted? If so, the clerk will lock the machines. Chair recognizes Representative Saines for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move that this House agree to the Senate substitute of 258, which adds the Romeo and Juliet provision to ag battery and aggravated sexual battery. I yield the well.
Representative Saines has moved that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 258. Clerk will read the caption.
House Bill 258 by Representative Saines, the 180th and others, to be entitled an act to amend Chapter 6 and Title 16 of the official code of Georgia Annotated relating to sexual offenses so as to provide a response to State versus Williams.
Chair recognizes Representative Saines to explain the Senate amendment.
Sorry, Mr. Speaker, it's late. I just explained the bill. It adds Romeo and Juliet to the ag battery and ag sex battery. Thanks. Yield the well.
On the gentleman's motion that this House agree to the Senate amendment to House Bill 258, all those in favor will vote aye, those opposed will vote no, and the clerk will unlock the machine. Chair recognizes the chairman of the Rules Committee. I'm sorry, before that, clerk will lock the machines. On the gentleman's motion, the ayes are 159, the nays are 0. This House has agreed to the Senate amendment to House Bill 258. Now the chair recognizes the chairman of the Rules Committee.
Mr. Speaker, aren't we supposed to have another supplemental calendar and have a meeting about 1:30?
You're going to have it without me.
Well, I won't be there either. I'd like to make a motion, Speaker.
State your motion.
I move that all bills that's in the Committee on Rules be reassigned to the committee from which they came.
On the gentleman's motion that all bills be reassigned to the committee from which they came, is there objection? Chair hears none, and it is so ordered. Let me remind you that the post office here in the House requests that we clean out our desk and take our personal belongings with us tonight. And with that, the chair recognizes the majority leader of the House. And let me say this before he makes his motion. You can throw paper, but not plastic. Chair recognizes the majority leader of the House for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move that this House adjourn, sine die.
On the motion of the majority leader at this House, adjourn, sine die. All those in favor will say aye. Those opposed will say no. This House is adjourned, sine die.